All right, we are 5 minutes in, so that means no more waiting around for the slackers who are not here yet. Just kidding, of course. We're obviously going to be uh, anticipating the arrival of many other guests. But at the moment, I'm gonna say hi to everyone else who's here. Hey, hello everyone. Hello. We have some people on YouTube Live. You can always. Okay, awesome. Hoske is on Twitch. Sorry I'm late. You always say that, but guess what? You're always on time, and I always appreciate that, and that's all that matters, of course. And yeah, we got some people on Twitch. I was gonna ask you guys if you guys can hear me, but from the looks of it, I mean, if Hoske can hear me on Twitch, I can assume that everyone else can hear me on YouTube Live as well, which is good, which is awesome, which is good. And yeah, I was thinking, of course, we're gonna be talking about the amazing X-Men 97 trailer. And I saved this half seriously because, well, obviously, oh my goodness, I just noticed this door. I was gonna say it looked like Batman for a second, but I think I'm reading too much into it because it doesn't have the bat ears on. Okay, well then. Never mind. Let me just make sure that the audio for my mic is also good so that you guys don't have some weird noise in the background. But I think it should be fine. Let's see. Yep. Noise suppression is on. That means you guys aren't getting any noise in the background. So yes, we will be talking about the X-Men 97 debacle. If you want to call it that. Well, I would. Hoske, you're getting ahead of yourself. You are getting ahead of yourself. Rogue lost the bunda. What have they done? We're gonna touch on that very briefly, guys. Since this is a family channel, we're gonna be only talking about that briefly. Family channel. What are you talking about? Where are we even? That's the question I've been asking. Okay, right, so this is the part where we enter and we're leaving, so we're kind of backtracking. We're backtracking the world of Arkham Asylum. Hey, Comic Storm. And I was wondering, should we, because I was wondering, should we progress in the game right now, or should we go back to this one place in the game? I think it's over there. Well, maybe it's not, from the other hand, so... On the other hand, yeah, it's right there. I think it's that very weak wall that we saw in one of our playthroughs. But the thing about that is that maybe I think there's something there. And there's like interesting lore behind it. So I think we should go there for now. And hope nothing bad happens. And obviously it's over there. So it's not going to take us forever. It's just lore. And actually, let me put on my gaming headphones on. So I can hear what's happening in the game. Alright, so yeah, let's just unlock this place. I was wondering, when should we talk about X-Men 97? Because I want to talk about the game, the show, but at the same time, I want to play the game a bit. So, we'll do it just in a bit, I assume. And what was I supposed to do? Scan this? Chronicle of Arkham Scan.
My family's blood ran through the heart of Gotham. We were doctors, politicians, and teachers. We have been the organ cleaning the arterial filth from the city. We have been its servants, giving all to protect it. And still,
I think
it
progress.
has chosen to hurt
Comic
us.
Storm. Okay, so from the looks of it, yeah, we're gonna progress. You wanted to progress, let's progress in the game. That was literally it. That's all I wanted to find. And as you can see, it didn't take us long, but I got a comment last time telling me that, hey, you actually did not find these before. But from the looks of it, this is the second one. Oh no, we went too high. But this is the second one. So, whatever that means, I mean, it means that it's the second one, which means that we didn't miss any single one of them just yet. We got all of them so far. So last time, we battled our friend Killer Croc. Wait, hold on. Joker's saying something. What are you saying? Nothing, okay. So last time we battled our friend. I mean, it looks like Batman to me if you're not paying attention, but like the layout of this thing. Yeah, last time we fought Bane, and it was an interesting fight because right away I noticed that he wasn't necessarily all that dumb, you know? Okay, oh. Yeah, let's defeat these guys. And then let's let everyone kind of cool in. And once we have, I don't expect to have more people watching, of course, but there will be. Last time, by the way, we had our highest peak, so that was pretty cool. And I'm already screwing this up because I didn't even think what I was doing. Oh well, this is a great start, guys. Let's get this guy done. All right. I already forgot how to do the bat claw thing. Shut up. All right, and that was it. That was easy. Crazy. All right. Let's see. That was kind of too easy. So we fought Bane last time, and the thing about that is, it's weird how supposedly he was supposed to be like the dumb guy, but he wasn't. So, and let's see. Did I already forget how to use this? I did not. I remember there were missions in Batman Arkham City where you used where you used the grappling hook like this during the iceberg missions, and it always drove me insane. Thank you. And also tell me if you can hear the game's audio well, or if you can hear me well, because sometimes it's hard for me to tell what's the best balance of audio. Sometimes the game gets louder at certain points, and it becomes louder than I am, and then other times it is just fine. So maybe it's better for you guys to tell me. But I think if you guys have not protested so far, it's a good sign. Oh no, it's closed. What do we do now? There we go. There we go. Yeah. Suckers, they think they can stop us with a locked door? I'm the Batman, baby. Alright. Oh, see, we have another one here. And it's going to be the third one. I'm telling you guys, it's going to be the third one. Alright. So let's see. I'm going to use this, but I'm not going to lose any health, which is kind of crazy if you think about it, because all the enemies lose health when they stand next to it. Alright. Let's see what they're saying.
As Gotham's veins slowly filled with pain and suffering, the effects were felt everywhere. My father fell first, infected by some foul disease. My mother lived on, but only in a dream. I returned to the family home to care for her, where she remained in her bed for as long as her body continued to breathe. Her tears kept me awake at night.
All right. Well. We got it. All right. So that's the third one. All right. Let's see what the Joker's saying, and then we can talk about X-Men 97.
I want it found. I got a plan on 6 who's in a ton. In the meantime, search every cook and granny. There's a prize for whoever finds them.
I need to find those notes before Joker does.
I mean, I think they're right there, Bruce. Search Arkham Mansion to find Dr. Young's research notes before Joker. All right. So we know what to do here. We're going to have to wreak havoc here. So this is the perfect moment to talk about. And I see that Moodcap is here with us. Hey, Moodcap. What's up? All right, so I think this is the perfect time to talk about... Oh, you missed it, dude. What did I miss, Hosuke? You said I missed something. Tell me what I missed, and then when we get back to the game, we're going to find out what I missed. And then we'll know. So, the X-Men 97 situation is dire, sort of. I think it's dire. And I know that some people already have like varying opinions as to what to expect, because surprisingly enough, I thought that the trailer was pretty awful. I thought it was pretty bad, and we'll get into why. But I did see a number of people actually say that a lot of it was surprisingly interesting to them, and people were actually genuinely excited for the show. So I was sitting there and just thinking, okay, well, it's usually your usual suspects, but at the same time, I did see some people from my followers also say that, hey, it looks somewhat genuinely interesting. And I do think that's nostalgia speaking to them. And I think it's another case of what we can, as always, expect from the Marvel productions that we are getting now. If not get this, it's going to get worse, I think. Specifically because of who's writing it. Which, yeah, this thing is going to be a mess to untangle. But I think it's going to be interesting to unravel this with you guys. So let's see. Let's how come this? Oh, I know why this is not showing up for me.
Watch the series finale of
X. This for now. This is going to be the trailer. We're gonna be watching the trailer bit by bit. And yes, Moodcap, I can already see your comment. And we're gonna be referring to all of it. And what you're seeing here is a IMDb page over the trailer itself, referring to what exactly? Well, I'm getting closer here with my mic. It is the works of the writer who's going to be working on this. And we'll get to this. Let's just watch the trailer, bits and bits of it. And yeah, let's go watch this. So, Moodcap saying the animation looked so bad. I agree. But that's not what they start the trailer off with. They start the trailer off with none other than the X-Men, the original series, essentially. Which, by the way, have any of you guys watched the show growing up? Because I only watched some episodes. I've seen them. They're not my X-Men was never my, at least when I was much younger. It did not necessarily interest me to the same extent as Spider-Man did, or later even down the line, Batman did. So, but then once I was interested in X-Men, and once I started reading those comic books, I did watch some of the series, and I know that there's a huge fan base behind these films, these shows, these episodes. The thing about that is, well, let's get into it. Let's just, so yeah, that's what they're starting with. And Hosky already commented what I was missing in the game. And I think we'll read that later once we go back to the game. But thank you for that comment. So let me bring back the trailer, and yeah, let's watch it. And so it starts with, like it says, the original cartoon. So right away, they're tugging on your heartstrings, your nostalgia tricks, and the usual.
Watch the series finale of X-Men next Saturday morning. Check your local listings.
I'm grateful to have the chance to say goodbye. I am proud of you all.
So, yeah, so this is like the typical, what we already know. And so far, the animation, even, I think, I'm not sure, you guys can correct me, but even I heard that the animation quality of the X-Men animated series eventually dropped off. So even here, it's not the best compared to what it used to be. But, in comparison to what we're about to see, it's even going to get even bleaker, I think. So let's continue watching this.
Fate lies in our hands now.
And we transition over to the new show. By the way, I should flip this because Disney's gonna hate me. They're going to come for me if I don't do something about the screen. So let's be safe and not get flagged by Disney, because we don't want that. So let's watch it.
We have to.
Okay, so right away the animation. So Woodcap says the animation looked so bad, and right away just the way this paper falls, it looks awful. The paper looks like just the way it moves in the wind. It looks cheap. But what does it say on this piece of paper? Let's see. Daily Bugle says Inside Scoop Mutant Fashion Show. Are you serious? Are we doing the Krakoa fashion show crap? Please don't. Is this a reference to that? Is Spider-Man a mutant? So they're already doing like a crossover thing. Hellfire Gala. Oh, goodness gracious. I didn't even notice. They're doing the Hellfire Gala thing. Oh my gosh. Ooh. This is going to be worse than I even thought. Oh my gosh. I did not expect them to do that. What else does it say here? Page 10, page 75, and then something in very small letters. Let's see. Let's see if we can zoom in. Text by somebody. And photograph by Peter Parker. What photograph? This is not a photograph. This is some sloppy Photoshop. This is not a proper photograph. And we can see Banshee. Oh no, and we can see sand. Oh, sorry, dust. I said sand. Great. Dust in her outfit, which she looks the same, honestly, as always. But, oh goodness, they're doing the Hellfire Gala stuff. Oof. Well, that already tells you what we're dealing with here. So, already, off to an awful start. We just started the trailer, and it's already this. Moodcap, I hope they leave the 90s Spider-Man series alone, even though I know they'd love to ruin that. Yeah, this makes me think now that they will do something with the 90s Spider-Man, and they might actually bring him back. And with that, it means that they're going to bring back... they're definitely going to do the Electro meme reference. You just know they're going to be doing that. Because, as always, they always overuse the same jokes. Because they don't have anything else to offer to the audiences that are watching this stuff. It's all just references, referential content that exists to just milk out the nostalgia. Looks like it says Eddie Brock, but that wouldn't make sense. Hey, Nerd Center, where does it say Eddie Brock? Oh, you mean who wrote this thing? A text by... I think you're right. It does say Eddie Brock. It does say Eddie Brock. Nice catch. That's what it did say. Yeah, that's what it says. Interesting. So, yeah, they're doing the Hellfire Gala right away. They didn't even bother to stop. Or even adapt anything that happened in between what we're getting now and in the 90s storylines. That's crazy. That's a crazy find we just saw here. Oh my goodness. Man, this is worse than I thought. Let's see, Hosky. I did not watch the X-Men, unfortunately. I was Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes. That's right. Earth's Mightiest Heroes. Mwah. Perfect. I mean, perfect. Of course, it's not perfect, but as far as a Avengers adaptation goes in cartoons, in comparison to... If you compare it to what we had later with Avengers Assemble, and the way it handled... The way it was comics accurate with the characters for the most part. You know, they took some liberties. But when you compare Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes with a lot of the other cartoons that exist, not even after the 2010s, but even prior to that, Avengers, what was that one show in the 90s? Avengers United or something? The one where Hawkeye was the team leader and everyone had these weird futuristic outfits. That was essentially what you had to expect with not just Avengers adaptations, but a lot of cartoons at that time. Avengers United, they stand. Thank you, Moodcap. That's what it was. You essentially had a lot of cartoons that, you know, they didn't really try to adapt the comic books, whereas Earth's Mightiest Heroes was awesome in that respect. I love, and obviously that amazing theme song as well. You just gotta love that. So yeah, X-Men 97 so far is Like, this is what we're seeing right away. So first off, it was the nostalgia bait. Okay, whatever. Uh, typical. It's what we can expect at this point. But then they moved on. The first thing they show is not only just a crappy animation of a flyer in the air, but it's also the Hellfire Gala. What is wrong with these guys? And let's see who else is on this. So we have Dust and Banshee.
Stay vigilant.
Okay, hold on. We went a bit too far. And what is this thing? Goodness gracious. What are we looking at? Can you guys guess what this character is? Because I have no idea. Let's see who we have here. I have no idea. This character looks familiar to me. Nerd Center, I could be wrong, but I don't remember Professor X dying at the end of the series. But that is what they portrayed in the trailer. Interesting. Okay. I thought that they did kill him, but at the same time, like I said, I'm not a huge fan when it comes to this series, but I know that you watched like at least some of it. But I have no idea who this character is. And is that supposed to be Storm with her mohawk, which they're adapting in this? Well, we'll see. We'll take a look at her costume design. So let's go watch the rest of the trailer. I really did not expect them to do Hellfire Gala. What is wrong with them? Whew. Okay, this is only going to get worse. And you can see the mutant logo. The text is almost written like Marvel, the Marvel logo. I can't remember for sure, says Nerd Center. Oh yeah, Moodcap is already... He already knows where I'm going to go with this. Because he's commenting, asking people if does anyone else hate Storm's mohawk? Interesting you say that. You guys are getting ahead of yourselves. I love that.
We have to stay vigilant. The professor entrusted us with his dream.
Awful animation.
No matter how dark it is.
Okay, so actually let's go back to this still. Because I've seen some people say that this is like mocking Christianity. And in a sense, I can see where they're coming from. But in a way, this has always been a thing. It's not just that Christians go. They're not always the ones who go protest, right? Anybody can go protest. You go to like 60s comic books. Amazing Spider-Man. People protest, college student protest because they're kicked out of their dorms, I believe. I gotta refresh my memory on that. But, you know, it's like anyone could, you know, protest. So it's not necessarily a clear-cut instance of directly making fun of Christians. Although, I do think that they probably will do it since, like, it's such an obvious connection. Especially since... a lot of these writers have leaned into not just the civil rights aspect of X-Men, but more specifically the LGBTQ plus YA novel genre of the sexuality spectrums, dementia, and etc. Joe Biden, and everything else that comes with that. You know, it's an obvious thing that they're going to be doing. And I think with the people who are writing and who are on board for this, they're going to be all over this allegory. And it's interesting how they chose like the gay rights thing, because I remember having discussions when I was always like discussing comic books with like various different communities back when I wasn't like being I guess I'm not gonna say targeted, but before anyone started like hating on me on Instagram and everything else, people always used like this thing about how X-Men is the civil rights allegory, and we'll definitely talk about that as well. But you know, take that for what you will. But then, you know, you can take that for what you will. But then once you're okay with that notion, then those same people will then say, well, these stories have to be very modernized. They have to connect to modern audiences, and therefore it's not just enough that the X-Men represent civil rights. It also goes to it stands to reason to say that they must now represent gay rights, because marginalized groups in the 60s are the same thing as marginalized groups today. And so that's the connection there, even though they're two different things, race versus sexual orientation, or whatever thing you want to call it. In the 60s, fun fact, it would be called a you would be sent into a mental institution. So you wouldn't be sent into a mental institution because of your skin color, of course. So it's like those two different things that don't correlate, yet they do, because we found some forced connection that wasn't there. Although that's also an interesting discussion. The civil rights movement was very Marxist in its nature. Martin Luther King Jr. was a Marxist, for those who didn't know. So, you could say that, the breakdown, the gradation of society, and how the destabilization, and how everything stemmed from, injecting more Marxism into the Western world, it's almost a very natural consequence to see then the gay rights come out of that. It's like it's right out of that same rule book, right? So maybe it's not a contrived connection after all. It's a slippery slope for sure, at least. In the least, that's what it is. And we have some comments here as well. So Nerd Center says, we'll go back to your comment about the look for Storm. But Moodcap says, this looks like a Cartoon Network Flash game from like a decade ago. Yeah, you're right. It does look like a Flash game, especially the animation. I compared it to... What did I compare it to? I compared it to Archer, which might be like a bad example because I never watched Archer, but the only thing I always remember from that show is that, the characters move there's like this smooth quality to their animation. And it's almost like sloppy, like their hands are noodles in a way that they don't look right. And that's all I remember from Archer, really. But maybe even then, misremembering stuff. But it does remind me of What If. Even though it's like, this is 2D, What If is 3D. You guys can actually watch one of my videos on this. I did do a breakdown of the first episode of What If with Captain Carter herself. And she, the animation, I go into it. I do talk about the animation of that show, and it's awful. The characters move around like some weird wobbly characters that do not have any human reference behind them. And I guess it's when these characters are still, it doesn't look as bad. Well, actually, I would say it looks better when they're in motion. And this is the interesting thing about motion and bringing it to life in animation. With VFX, this is the same thing, where it's actually much more difficult to animate a character who is standing still than it is to animate a character who's moving very fast. Because in a lot of ways, you can hide a character who's moving in quick motions because of motion blur or other means. Whereas when a character is moving still, the trick to that is that if you look at yourself and you try to stand still, if you do that right now, you'll realize that you're actually not really standing still. You're trying to, but there's at least like 1% chance. This is like a stupid made up number I made up, so maybe this is like the wrong way of wording it. But even when you try to stand still right now, you'll see that you'll be slightly moving. So it's impossible for you not to 100% move. You're still going to move at least, like, I don't know, a significant amount, even though you're trying to stay still. And it's very difficult to animate subtle movements, because showing somebody who's not moving, you actually have to animate something. And I guess it's more important to do in 3D animation because especially when you're doing photoreal stuff, because you're trying to replicate the real world, and our eyes will pick up on that. So that's just like a fun fact. And I got this like from Quarter Crew, great VFX channel. I recommend it for those who have not watched it. They very much go into that. I haven't watched that channel in forever. I think it's been like 2 years now, maybe. But the Corridor Crew is a great VFX YouTube channel who they go into like the movies, they analyze movies, and I don't know if they still do their analyses, but it's an interesting channel. And let's see what they're saying. Down with mutants. Evolution is, I assume they're going to say it's a lie. Back to where you came from. And stop mutants. So far, I mean, it's like I said, very generic. What's there in the background? Is that like a Ghostbusters sign? No to mutants. And FO something. FOH. What does that mean, FOH? Interesting. If you guys have any idea what FOH means, you can let me know. But so yeah, I think they'll definitely lean into the commentary. Let's keep watching. Oh yeah, Nerd Center says Young Ripa had several videos talking about the X-Men and social justice for this very thing. Great point. Great videos by Young Ripa illustrate the fact that there's this misconception about whether Stan Lee and Jack Kirby intended for the original X-Men to be inspired by, well, whether they were actual allegories of that time of the civil rights movement. And Stan Lee is actually caught on camera saying this, and I think it's a hilarious instance of both sides trying to take one thing and say that it belongs to them, you know, trying to interpret something as their own. So you have an actual clip of Stan Lee saying that he didn't actually take, he wasn't trying to do an allegory of the civil rights movement in the 60s. He was not trying to do any commentary of that sort. No mention of, no attempt, there was no attempt made at trying to do a superhero version of Martin Luther King Jr. or Malcolm X. There was none of that. It was, he was just trying, the actual origin behind the X-Men was that Stan Lee did not want to create origin stories for superheroes because he was running out of ideas. So he's like, okay, what's an easy, quick fix that's going to allow me to make a story about superheroes, make a team about superheroes, and write in as many of them without actually coming up with an origin story for each one of them. And then what happened was he just came up with X-Men, that they were born with those powers. He came up with the mutants. Later, the title was changed to the X-Men, but essentially that's what happened. That's the reason why he came up with the characters. And that's not to say that he couldn't have later that's not to say he didn't later incorporate all this messaging into it, right? He could have done that. You know, who's to say that an idea just ends, inspiration only starts and ends at the very beginning of conception? That's not true. But then, like we said, he's caught on video saying that he didn't actually take any inspiration from it. Although he did say then that maybe perhaps subconsciously that notion of the civil rights movement maybe influenced him in a way that added to the dynamic of the population hating on mutants. That could have been a possibility, but he never actually he didn't try to say that it was a direct allegory, which is, you know, that's not the case. And I've seen a lot of leftist people say, "Oh, see, this is the proof that it was an allegory." Well, no, it's not. He's saying, I'm not gonna say actually because I'm gonna turn into that meme character, but it's not an instance of him wanting to do an allegory. So he's saying the opposite. Stop trying to force this into your camp. You can do that, but you can say, oh, he was perhaps influenced by it. You can say that, and you can use that to have some wiggle room in the conversation, but that's where it's going to end. However, I'm a big proponent of, you know, the notion that characters can change over time, although, you know, it's a shaky ground to stand on because there's always a risk that, for example, we did mention Wonder Woman, there's always going to be that one person, that one writer, and not just that one person. There's going to be multiple people who will always look back at the beginnings of things and say, this character was, in case of Wonder Woman, this case was, Wonder Woman was always feminist, and they'll always use the origin as the pinpoint of everything. They're going to use that as their pin for their argument, and you can't really argue against that, right? But for X-Men, the origin is different. But that's not to say that later stories cannot influence the characters, and in a lot of ways, they can have even more of a importance. They even plays sometimes they play even a more important role than just the origin story, because you can retcon a origin story, as was the case with Black Widow, who had a husband. His name was Ivan or something along those lines, and that's changed, right? And then later the character has been completely reimagined to what we know her to be today. So, and that was in a lot of ways what happened with the X-Men. It got relaunched as a totally different title, and Chris Claremont, he truly defined those heroes. What he ended up doing was he did take, and he would say that, yes, the allegory aspect of everything, the allegory was in his mind. It was very much present. So you don't have to go back to Stan Lee. I don't know why liberals always want to use Stan Lee as this. I guess that's the only guy they know. And acknowledging Chris Claremont, who, by the way, right now is hating on a lot of the Marvel stuff that's happening. But that's, I guess, for another day. We can do that in a different stream, because I gotta find that clip. But it's very interesting. But they always go to Stan Lee because they're obsessed with him. And for whatever reason, I do think that Stan Lee was more on the liberal side of things. But still, he was a man of the 60s, and a man of the 60s then would be considered by many, and I think unfairly so, but that's the environment we find ourselves in, that he would find himself to be labeled as a conservative today, with those same values that he had in the 60s, right? And I don't think that Stan Lee is a conservative, frankly, and I think it'd be stupid to call him that. And I do think he's a liberal, but hey, and I think there's a lot of interesting interviews with him. But still, people back then still had very mainstream views about certain topics like gay marriage and all that stuff, right? So that was still a thing. So those people will try to make a hero out of Stan Lee, but then not take into account all the other things he said, including that Spider-Man is not gay and he should never be gay. Which another clip we could also find. I think that'd be an interesting one to show you guys. And yeah, they always use Stan Lee as their go-to for whatever reason, and I think it's because, like we said, they like to make an idol out of him. And even when he's dead, what do the normies always say when they say when there's no Stan Lee cameo, or when things go bad? When people do admit that Phase 4 and Phase 5 is bad, the normies are the first to say, oh, Stan Lee would be ashamed of this, or Stan Lee's not in the movies anymore, and the correlation is really showing here. And at that point, it's seriously, Stan Lee would not approve of these bad movies, which they are awful right now. Mainly Madam Web recently. Or the Marvels and all those other films, Morbius, etc. Even Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Sorry. All those movies would be panned. And they say, that Stan Lee, this is a disgrace to his legacy. He's rolling in his grave, even though Stan Lee was not the guy who created all those comic books. He was the businessman who, I think we have to admire his business sense back then, and his opportunist angle to things that really played out in his favor. A lot of creatives such as Steve Ditko, and even Alan Moore would have a lot of different things to say about Stan Lee, a lot of negative things to say about him. But yeah, Stan Lee is not the monolith that you would like to make him out to be. And we got a lot of comments already from others. So Nerd Center says she was married to Red Guardian, referring to Black Widow. and how she was originally a somewhat of a different character. So yeah, that's actually pretty interesting how she was married to Red Guardian. And Woodcap says they ignore Chris because he isn't. Oh goodness, YouTube Live is as always hiding stuff under your comments. He isn't in support of their argument. That could be it. That could be it. But I find it odd because he was like the one who actually did lean into the civil rights movement. So they always use Stan Lee, but then again, you have Chris Claremont. He's sitting right there, who has direct quotes, and he's saying this stuff, and in a lot of ways they are saying it when they say X-Men has always been woke. Just look at the storylines. But in reality, they're not referencing Stan Lee stories. They're referencing Chris Claremont stories. And we can have an argument as to whether those stories were woke. But I think that's but I think there's also a different half of the trailer that's also worth getting to through. But let's see if Hosky's saying anything. He's been very quiet, not because he's been quiet, but because I haven't looked at his chat just yet. So let's redeem this man. When you were talking, okay, so we'll get back to that comment. But Hosky did say that I recognize the voice actor for Cyclops. I believe his name is Ray Chase. He's great, but I feel indifferent about this role. Yeah, it's him. Sounds just like Bucardi from JoJo. I'm sorry, I'm probably messing up the JoJo names because I have yet to get into it. At the same time, I'm like, I don't know if I like the art style for JoJo. I think I might be one of those people who just doesn't like the whole flamboyant aesthetic. Although a very macho man flamboyant aesthetic, it's like a mixture of and I assume JoJo fans are like hating me right now. That's not what it is. It has a different name. But that's what it looks like to me, at least. But yes, don't watch JoJo, says Moodcap. Ooh, Hoske is going to disagree with you there. I can already see it. So I don't know who I should listen to on this one, but so far, let me tell you something. I have so many manga and anime to get through that I don't even know if I want to bother with JoJo. If it's like I don't think it's even going to be a 50-50. I'm leaning more towards that I'm not going to like it. And so I might just not watch it because I think there's a lot more other stuff that's more interesting to watch for anime and then read for manga. And that's that. So we have some friction when it comes to JoJo fans in the chat. That's interesting. Nerd Center. He also started the Mystique and Destiny thing. That's interesting. Are you saying he started, because I know he started their friendship, but was he the one who actually made it and the background and how he tied them together in a lot of ways? But was he actually the one who made them a genuine couple, a lesbian couple, as we see be the case nowadays? Because I think that was a retcon. And you can correct me if I'm wrong. You might know this better since you did mention it. But that would be interesting if he started that, because then we're getting into... But then that would be like 80s and 90s. And I don't think he would do that. I think the first big gay character at that time was North Star from Alpha Flight. So that was much later. He just couldn't go all in with it, says Nerd Center. That's interesting. Makes it... If you could tell me more about it, about the relationship, that would be great. But if that's all you remember, that's also fine. But I did not know that, and now that you say it, I'm very much interested in hearing that. I'm gonna do some research after this stream for sure when it comes to those two. But there's also like a lot of characters like Madeline Pryor that we'll get to, who's also here. So there's definitely going to be a lot of talks about that. And Moodcap is saying, I'm waiting to see this show have Nightcrawler denounce his religion. Unfortunately, that's already happened in the comic books. Uh, what was his name? Spurrier was his last name. I'm trying to remember his first name, but I can't remember. But he did so many awful things, and I think he did something else as well. Let me check my blum, blum, pum pum, my trash comic panels. That should show me what his name is. Okay, so his first name starts with an S. So I think it's Spencer. I think it was Spencer. But his last name is Spurrier. The writer for the recent X-Men comic books, he basically, speaking of Mystique and Destiny, he outright made them a couple, and not just that, but a trans couple, where Mystique is very much into, or I think Destiny who said that she was very much into Mystique being able to turn into different genders, and how it didn't matter if they were a man, a woman. It didn't matter if Mystique, she was a woman. Nerd Center says his name is Cy Spurrier. That's what it was. Thank you. So yeah, and so he did that with Mystique and Destiny, but he's also done a lot of bad things with Nightcrawler, which I called out like 2 years ago. And to see him then do that entire reveal with Destiny and Mystique, which did get a lot of traction, unlike the Nightcrawler stuff, that which I've been exposing for a long time now. And to see that kind of come full circle, just saying I was there before everyone else, so you can't call me a bandwagoner or like a grifter, which is like a stupid thing, which some people have done, that's like a go-to critique that makes no sense, because I'm very much interested in these characters. So if what you're saying about Mystique and Destiny is true, which I wouldn't be surprised at this point, then that would be like another thing that the people would like. They should always go to Chris Claremont for this stuff. They should always point to him. It's like you are shooting yourself in the foot by not embracing Chris Claremont and not using him as your go-to person. Why are you insisting on Stan Lee when it's so much easier to dispute your argument? I'm trying to find these issues, says Nerd Center. If you find it, let me know in the chat, and then you should send it over to me on some different platform. You probably know which ones. Hey, Far Cry Lego, you essentially missed the first 40 seconds of this trailer where we talked about how they're using nostalgia bait, and they're going to be adapting the Hellfire Gala, which is something we noticed just now on the stream. They're going to be adapting Hellfire Gala, and we also talked about what else. That's pretty much it, and the connotations with, which side of history do mutants stand on? Like, what are they supposed to represent in the modern age? So you didn't miss much. We still have a lot more to go. So let's actually watch the rest of this trailer.
No matter how dark it is, we must believe in each other.
So that's let's see. That's a sentinel hand. This is the whatever nations. I don't even care to say their name. United Nations. Ripping off Bryan Singer.
We must believe.
Oh no, and I bet it is gonna be a dumpster fire. Probably. That's a safe bet. And that's we see Professor X and Magneto statues in South America somewhere. I don't know where that is, but it reminds me of those Aztec temples. I don't know why those would be there, but they're there.
In each other.
And the animation looks awful. Just awful. The way that bird flew in, the way these statues are colored, and the shading, and how everything looks so flat, and yet the animation at the same time is so smooth on that entire flatness that it looks like it's It looks like a cheaply produced TV show.
We get this done by working together as a team.
Jeez, bub. Keep buzzing in my ear.
Goodness. That line delivery was awful. And whoever's doing Wolverine, he sounds awful here. So bad that I'm shocked by how awful this is. The voice acting in this is almost as bad as the animation itself. Take a look at that animation once more. I have no words. Same actor, I believe, seriously? So, okay. Well, I think he sounds... Maybe it's the way they recorded the voices, but the way he had that... The way he delivered that line was so monotone. It's like I'm hearing myself speak. Just 30 years older. Yeah, which does not work out for all voice actors, unfortunately. They can't all be Kevin Conroy. Far Cry Lego says he must be Rusty. What else did he voice? I'm interested to hear what else he voiced. Because he does sound not just rusty, but totally lifeless. And that's also a thing sometimes that happens with actors. With the new trilogy for Star Wars, you know, we like Carrie Fisher. But her performance wasn't as good as it was in the original trilogy. And at the same time, what else did she play in, right? She wasn't known for much aside from Princess Leia. So her acting, she didn't have much time to maintain her acting chops over the years. But surprisingly enough, I will say I am one of those defenders that will defend her performance, the way she delivers her lines, because I didn't think that they were bad. Not like here, which sounds totally... Like, he sounds totally disinterested. Meanwhile, Harrison Ford, that guy, man, he was phoning it in throughout the entire movie. Even in the other ones that he showed up in, even in The Rise of the Skywalker. Even then, when he had a 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, however minutes, I think it was like 2 minutes, a 2-minute scene. Even then, he couldn't be bothered to put on a more convincing performance. That's pathetic, honestly.
We get this done by working together.
And then Cyclops' voice, which Hosky already addressed. Hosky already addressed. He sounds awful here. I'm sorry. He sounds like he's reading off of a prompter.
We get this done by working together as a team.
We get this done by getting this done as a team, or something. By working together as a team. It's like he's talking to no one. He's talking to a void.
Jeez, bub. Keep buzzing in my ear.
And then his pronunciations here sound off. Same here. So, it's a awful mix of everything to me. Let me flip this so Disney doesn't come after me, which they probably have. Hoske says, this freeze frame is horrendous. I assume you were referencing the Wolverine claws. Because they look awful here. Even when it's a still, it looks wonky. Something is off here. Just his entire posture. And I guess the lighting, and I guess it's the art style. It really comes down to the art style. I saw some people say that it was exactly the same as the animated series from the 90s. At that point, you can't really have a normal conversation with those people because they don't know anything at that point. This freeze frame is horrendous. Why didn't they bring back Steve Bloom for Logan? Hoske. Producers don't know jack. And on the YouTubes, we have Far Cry Lego says he had more funny player darker again. Wait, Far Cry Lego says he had more funny player darker again in Blade Runner 2049. I assume what you're trying to say is that, oh, right, I know. the protagonist's name is Durker, I guess, from the Blade Runner 2049. He had more fun playing the character from the Blade Runner 2049. I'll be honest with you. I think he plays the same grouchy old man in all his movies now, including Blade Runner 2049, which I was not a fan of, unlike many other sci-fi buffs. But yeah, that's a movie that a lot of people enjoy. Not me included, because I'm not a fan of Blade Runner at all. It's your typical roboganda where they try to normalize androids and try to make it about the meaning of life and what does it mean to be a human, while utilizing AI and utilizing robots as your main argument. You can have that discussion, but the message at the end better be that no, robots are not humans. They do not have life just because they replicate it. And Moodcap says he sounds like a kid giving lines to his action figures. Yes, I assume you were talking about Cyclops. I agree. Far Cry Lego. Best sci-fi film to me is The Thing and RoboCop. I'll be honest with you, I have yet to watch those movies. But I know that so many people love them, as well as the first Terminator film. I did watch the first Terminator film, and that's an interesting choice because most people prefer the second one for whatever reason. I do think that the first one is underrated. Let's watch the rest of the trailer.
We get this done by working together as a team.
Jeez, bub. Keep buzzing in my ear.
The way he pronounces his B's, bub, and they're very brief and buzzing in my ear, you know, like his B's sound off. That's what it is taking me out. Check the DM for the pages if you are curious. Oh yeah, we'll definitely see those. And I see you already took pictures of him. Awesome. So, oh goodness, I'm already seeing stuff here that I do not approve of. So, all right, should I play the rest of the trailer while... Yeah, okay, I'll try to make this happen. I'll try to show you guys the screenshots during the stream, if I find it. Yep, okay, got the first one. And now for the second one. All right, so let's watch the rest of the trailer. And I'll try to get everything else figured.
We must believe in each other.
I wonder who that voice is, because the voices in these trailers sound very static.
We get this done by working together as a team.
Jeez, bub. Keep buzzing in my ear.
Okay, here it was. The Mohawk. So let's go back to your earlier comments about it, because Moodcap says, does anyone else hate Storm's Mohawk? And Nerd Center says, I hated it in the 80s comics too. I hated it as well because it never made much sense to me, because Storm is supposed to be a queen. She's supposed to be the leader. She's supposed to be composed, and a Mohawk is giving me a lot of, I guess, punk, but mainly rebel instances, and I guess vibes. And I think for Storm, I don't like that for the character. Plus, it looks awful. I think it gets worse every time we see it in the later renditions. So I'm not a fan of it at all. She's giving me too much rebel vibes, which that's not Storm. That's not supposed to be her. I get that you're trying to say that the mutants are supposed to be rebels in society. They're the outcasts, but there's, you know, that what they do should speak enough for itself. You don't have to mess with her look to get that across. I think a more majestic depiction of Storm is what most people love about the character. So letting her hair run in the wind and let it loose and you know, make it has to, it's not supposed to be like this crazy punk haircut where that's the focus of the character. It's not. And some people could say that you can have like a combination of that, but no, it still detracts from what you're supposed to be honing in on. She's supposed to be a leader, and people love that about her the most. That she does have those roots in, she was perceived to be a goddess, or that she is a queen of Wakanda, or was. So that's a very royal quality to the character, and giving her a mohawk, it just goes against that reign, like that notion. So then bringing that back is also something like the liberals are obsessed with, and it makes sense why it's here then. I get a little more after reading that run, but it's still a bad book. Okay, so you'll send me more images of that stuff. Good to know. Let's see if we can pull up the thing now. Let's do that now. Let's get it out. This better be it. There we go. Oh gosh, I don't know if I'll be able to read it. Which one was the first one? Let me see the chat, the DMs. This one was the second. This was the first one. Okay. So, curses foiled again. I am a something raven. See the future I knew when you would rejoin me. And in what incredibly outlandish form. Before we entered this establishment, Raven, did you warn Storm of my present vision, that whoever goes to Rogue's aid will suffer the fate meant for her? Don't be absurd, Irene. Maybe that's not how you say her name, but of course not, Raven. This was a perfect opportunity to both save my daughter and cripple my foremost enemies. How could you have expected me to pass it by? Besides, with your power, you must have known my intentions. Yes. Yet you did nothing to try to stop me. You and Rogue mean more to me than Storm. So I guess that's somewhat of a nod to it. I could not bear the thought of either of you being hurt. But at the same time, she is talking about Rogue, so I was too cowardly. Still, even as I wipe away her rare tears, I sense deeper meanings to her words. A secret desperately hidden and wonderful. I should dare pry. And I think she says something else. You're no coward, stronger by far than me most times, and even if you were a coward, I wouldn't cherish you any less. So, they have a heart-to-heart moment. I don't know if I would say it's necessarily bad. Oh gosh, I moved something else. I wouldn't say it's bad so far. Maybe I'm missing additional context, but what else we have here? By saving Rogue today, we may condemn her tomorrow. By condemning Storm, we may doom the X-Men and thereby save the world. Worse fates, worse outcomes. Can you tell for sure? Nothing is certain until it happens, and let the future take care of itself. For the present, my love. Well, there you go. I guess that's kind of like hinting at it. Raven, Darkholme, and Irene Adler have more important concerns. So this is where she transformed, because we see in the first frame, of course, that's Mystique. Then in the other reflection, she turns into a man. So I guess I guess that's pretty close. They go on a dance together, and you're both hunters, Storm and I, but she hunts and fights solely to survive. Whereas my goal's always been to win. Challenging me is like dueling the devil. No quarter asked and less given. And tonight, despite Destiny's misgivings, I feel that I've won everything together and enjoying themselves. So yeah, I think that is pretty accurate to what you were saying. And you did say that there's more stuff that you see, more instances of this sort of stuff, this sort of writing, which I wouldn't be surprised. I think what you've shown us is pretty fair. I think it's a fair assessment of the whole situation. So yeah, let's see. What is Hosky saying? Anything? No, nothing new. All right. So let's go back to the trailer. Let me just find this thing. The X-Men Return. Okay. Fireworks, and that was awful. I can't. Who could tell me that this is a good instance of animation? Like, you have to be delusional at that point to say this is good animation. Ew. No. In all new episodes. And so this is Jean Grey, who's pregnant, but then some people said that it was Madeline Pryor again. I'm not very familiar with this era of the characters, with Destiny and Madeline Pryor, but I know it's a messy thing filled with many retcons, and I missed that era of X-Men. I was more of a early 80s guy, or when the relaunch started with New Mutants as well. I was a big fan of the New Mutant stuff, and this sort of just passed by me without me noticing it. So, and maybe for the better, because it does look pretty bad. So we're back, and now we get on to this incredibly useless move. You knew that they thought this was, they thought this was like this, the trailer shot. That's why they put it here. But it looks awful. Like, what's the point of this? And the way he jumps on his back, look at it. How did that work? It looks so sloppy the way he just jumped on his back. Where did he come? Like, did somebody throw him? Maybe Colossus threw him at Wolverine? But still, it looks janky. And then the move itself is pointless. Because you're only slowing him down. Even though Wolverine is pretty capable, he is strong and tough. But you're still slowing him down at most. And you're not accomplishing what you think you're accomplishing. You're touching his hands. Let's make that clear first. You're touching his hands, not his claws. Yet you only lit up his claws. And that doesn't do what you think it does. Because what do you expect us to get out of this? It's going to make his claws sharper? Is that it? Well, how sharper can it get? It's adamantium. Is he going to explode now? Because he uses his claws? It's stupid. It makes no sense. They were trying so hard to come up with a cool action shot. It didn't make any sense whatsoever. Moodcap, speaking of Jubilee, something funny I remember is her original voice actress quitting voicing her because she wasn't Chinese. That's some next level pettiness right there, if that's actually what happened. That's stupid. It didn't, like, what were you guys trying to do?
To me, my X-Men.
Wow. Oh. So I'm not a fan of this at all. When Cyclops says the iconic line of Professor Xavier, it sounds wrong when it comes out of the mouth of Cyclops. It reminds me of Cyclops from the recent era of comic books, after the events of Avengers vs. X-Men, where Cyclops becomes this massive douchebag who tells people, well, he's basically treated as this holier-than-thou character. Before we had Wonder Woman, we talked about her. I think Cyclops has been ruined totally as a character, and he's never recovered since. He's become an anti-hero, and this is giving me those same it's giving me the same readings. It's the same character, but when he says to me my X-Man, it doesn't work the same way, because Professor X is the father figure of the X-Men. When you say to me my X-Men, it's supposed to sound like in a way almost like an endearing thing that a father's supposed to say to me my children. When Cyclops says it, he's talking to he's the leader, but he's talking to his equals. You wouldn't hear Captain America say, to me, my children. You wouldn't hear Leonardo say to me, my children, when he's talking to his brothers. And that's what X-Men are supposed to be. They're supposed to be brothers and sisters working together. The family that you make. And Professor X was the founder. He is the father figure of this institution. And you can't just have Cyclops take that line away from Professor X. Yet he does, and it sounds odd here. It sounds like it doesn't belong, as one would expect. And also, the line reading. I guess it's better than before, but it's still not ideal, let me tell you. I'm trying to understand where this flash came from. You guys see this? I guess it's coming from Bishop. Is it coming from Bishop? Because at first I thought that they made a mistake. It was supposed to come from Cyclops' visor. But it looks like it might be coming in from Bishop. But look at those characters. Oh, that animation is not doing him any favors. Not doing Beast any favors whatsoever. Oh my. Oh great, Morph is here. Wait, I just realized something, says Far Cry Lego. If they're putting X-Force into it, and then he's going to finish his thought. So finish your thought in this series, yes. It is this series. So finish your thought, and I'll read the entire thought. And then Nerd Center says, I think his visor. So if this is his visor, then they made an animation mistake in the trailer. Where is this beam coming from? It looks like it's coming from, because here with Bishop, it looks like there's like this purple line here. Or I guess magenta line, more accurately. And it looks like that's the origin place. But let's play this quickly. No, it's supposed to, I don't know. I think it is supposed to be the visor. If it is the visor, then if that was the visor, then they made a huge mistake in the trailer. And no one else pointed it out. How sad. Uh-oh. Let's go back. Yes. It's a huge face. There we go. So what is Bishop doing? He's pulling out a gun. He reloads. And that's... Okay, that was not from Bishop at all. That was the visor, so... And I guess when you close in, it's supposed to be overlaid on this. But it looks incredibly out of place. Man, this looks awful. It looks bad. Oh boy.
Magneto.
The last will and...
Look at the art side. Look at the lines. The art line. It looks nothing like the original.
The last will...
We're gonna get to this whole shot of these characters.
And testament of Charles Xavier.
Look how they're all floating and how awkward it looks.
Last will...
And what is Storm doing? She's... I understand that background characters don't have to look as good in 2D animation, but this just looks cheap.
The last will and
you think Marvel would put more resources into this, but I guess not.
Testament of Charles Xavier. Everything he built now belongs to me.
So yeah, his testament, Professor Xavier's testament, and everything belongs to Magneto now. That actually sounds somewhat interesting to hear that Magneto owns everything that belonged to Professor X, and I wonder if they're going to try to make him a hero in this as well. But that's the trailer, so you guys can let me know what you think. And Far Cry Lego already left his comments, so let's see what he says. Wait, I just realized something. If they're putting X-Force in this series, then I'm scared that might put Deadpool in it, since he was first introduced in X-Force 98. That means we're going to see him in it. Oh no. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they put Deadpool here. If they're going to go with Spider-Man and they're going for the whole Hellfire Gala, they might allude to him in some shape or form. But I don't know why you would be upset by that. Are you a Deadpool fan and you don't want to see him get ruined, or are you trying to say something else? They are doing the arc from the comics where Magneto was part of the X-Men. Well, they seem to be doing a lot of storylines, honestly. where a lot of it seems to be overlapping now, which isn't anything new in cartoons, but it's damning that they're taking a lot of stuff from modern day. And for those wondering, saying, well, why is this show doomed? It looks okay, or it doesn't, like, what's the reason behind it? And we'll get to it. I didn't actually expect for us to actually talk about it for this long. We did go a bit overboard with dissecting this trailer, but it did allow us to talk about and notice things that we wouldn't have if we just played it normally. Let's see if there's anything here. If we're gonna zoom into it, might as well just go all in. X-Men, Xmas special, X-Men cartoons, and something else. So it's just some silly reference that's very inconsequential. But that was the trailer. And for those wondering, well, what's so bad about it, or what's like the gotcha moment of everything, we'll get to it. I thought we were going to get through it in the first section, but I guess we'll save it for the second section of this stream, because it's going to get worse, noticeably worse. We're going to be delving into who's writing this series, what is he doing, and what did he work on previously. We'll do that, but I think now would be a great time to go back to our game. And close this window. So we'll go back to talking about X-Men 97. Let's deal with these bad guys first, and then we can do the rest. We'll talk about X-Men for sure. We're not done. There's, like, this was supposed to be the boring part, honestly. X-Men 97 trailer, that was supposed to be the boring part. I have a lot more to show you guys, but I think to space this out a little bit nicer, so I'm not going out of it totally. I think it's worth getting back to the game. Plus, I need you guys to help me out with this section. If it's going to be problematic, we'll see. Mudcap, did you hear about Morph being a self-insert for his new actor? Yes, I did. And that is one of those things we'll talk about, and one of the things that did definitely spark a lot of discussions online. But we're not going to stop there. There's a lot more. Don't think it's just Morph. That's like the one thing that's been hailed, or like what would you say? That's been I don't want to say signaled. It's been like they took a bat signal and just pointed it at Morph. There's a lot more to whatever's going on here, and a lot of people, like a lot of the bigger channels, are just looking at the Morph stuff. There's more here that I was able to do some digging, and also some other people helped me out, and there's a lot more concerning stuff here, and a lot more talking points to go over. So don't think it's going to just end there. There's a lot more here to talk about, but for now, let's go back to Batman Arkham. Let me grab some water first. All right. So, we're in this place. We need to find some papers for those who are just joining in now. And I'm already looking at the wrong thing. Search for Arkham Mansion to find Dr. Young's research notes before Joker. So we'll do that. Yes. Hey, look, those scarab signs are here. The ones from the diaries of Arkham, what's his name? I forget what his name was. Do you guys think we should attack these guys? There's a lot of them. I think it might be stupid. Nerd Center. The original show did a lot of episodes that were basically cut and paste stories from the classic Uncanny X-Men days. Partly why it turned out to be so good. That's interesting. I did watch some episodes, and I am aware of how well it adapted the Phoenix Saga. So that's good news. Let's skip this, actually. Let's not fight them on anything. And let's see what we have here. Perfect. They see me. the music changed a bit, so I was like, they better have not seen me. I mean, we can take 10 of them. It's no big deal. At the same time, do we want to do that? If we can just... Not good, not good. Reconnecting. We back, bros? Are we back? No, we're not back. Let's see. What went wrong? Let me know if we're back here. Okay, now it's showing me that it works. Hey guys, can you guys hear me? I think we disconnected for a bit. But I see Moodcap and Far Cry Lego saying that I am back. So that's good to hear.
Patient interview 1. Patient was referred to me after the incident with Dr. Murphy. He appears to have suffered a breakdown of sorts. I believe it was brought about after the loss of his wife and child. As yet, the patient has been unable to speak. Continued observation shows little mental...
Thanks for letting me know that I'm back.
Shock of what he saw triggered his mental collapse.
There's someone in here! Tim, we found him! Break down the door!
So we've yet to find Scarecrow, who just ran off last time.
To continue my research under such conditions.
Do you guys want to listen to this?
Now, get down on the ground!
It's not that long.
Someone get a medic! Oh God, what's he done to him?
That's it. Seemed somewhat unnecessary. I wonder if there's more to these. I assume there would be. So somebody wrote, and I think it was Mothbloss. Mothbloss says you have to fight them and go to the first room to the left. Do we have to fight them? I was hoping we would be able to kind of mess around and be smarter than that, because violence is violence. Yes, truer words have not been said. Can we jump them from like... Oh, okay, it's the Riddler trophy. Okay, I guess we'll fight them. Let's fight these bozos. Alrighty. Right, I mean, my bad. Okay. Well, depending on where I stand, I assume you were referencing left from your perspective earlier, or like from where we were standing before. Fine, let's do this. Let's bust, boys. No, you're gonna bust. Alright, so yeah, there's been a lot of stuff happening in terms of announcements and the Pedro Pascal casting, which has been obviously awful. How do you guys feel about the whole Fantastic forecasts? Because I'm not a fan of the Pedro Pascal thing at all, as well as the Joseph Quinn stuff with, what's his name? The Human Torch. Oh gosh. This is why it's a good thing that I'm playing in normal, because it allows me to talk to you guys while I can just focus on the game. So, see, I told you guys they'd be easy, but I'm not like opposed to Vanessa Kirby playing Sue Storm, since I have watched her in other stuff. No, that's not what we wanted to do. Definitely not. I have seen her. I think she's an okay actress, like a solid actress, I should say. How do we get this guy? I wanted to use my grappling hook on him, but I already forgot how you can do that during combat. And that's why I pressed the grappling hook. Because I was trying to do the grappling maneuver and it did not work out. So I assume this is the room you were talking about, and we have somebody over there already. Alright, let's see if Hosuke is still on Twitch. Twitch knows how to bug out. We back. Yes, that did happen, and it did not happen just for Twitch though. It happened on YouTube as well, so don't worry about it. It happened on YouTube as well. Okay, so there's 2 rooms here, and I think this is the one they want us to go to. If not, let's see what happens. There's a lot of papers here. Ooh, more fighting people. What does a bird need in the rain? It's a good question. What does a bird need in the rain? What's the word? attraction, I guess, would be what I would have to say. That'd be my answer, but it's related to the environment. That's the thing. If Riddler gave us actual, I mean, he is giving us riddles, right? But if we were be able to answer them in like a text chat, with a text chat, and just answer them, I think that'd be cool too. Instead, we have to sort of mess around here. Let's see, what's the perspective? What's the perspective here? Let's see. There we go. Let's line this up. It's going to be incredibly hard to line this up. Can we just do this without the zoomed in thing? That'd be great if we could do that. It did work. The friendship puzzle literally appears out of thin air. All right. Scarecrow should have been like this in Arkham Knight. Scarecrow was a total missed opportunity in everything that happened in Arkham Knight. He should have been the big bad who should have gotten his revenge on Batman, but he didn't. What is this? I mean, I know what this is, but where's the collectible? Oh, I guess we're supposed to scan it. I keep forgetting it's a scan thing.
My journey lasted little over a month. Visiting academics in both Metropolis and Keystone, I was exposed to a wealth of new ideas. I began my day returning home in good spirits, eager to see my wife and family. I ended it kneeling in their blood, broken fragments of my life, pouring through dripping red fingers.
So yeah, we're here. Alright. Decipher Chronicle, is that what it said? It said Decipher Chronicle. Oh gosh, what was that? Went crazy on me. Oh, the riddles. Okay. There we go, there it was. Okay. Decipher Chronicle. Oh, you just read it, okay. Okay, Nerd Center. I believe the quick grapple claw is R2, RT, or LT double tapped. Moth Bloss. Hey, by the way, it's Penguin's umbrella in one of the display cases to scan. Oh, really? Let's look for it quickly. It's probably display. There it is. Riddle solved. Thank you. See? An umbrella, I guess. Well, that makes sense. But then again, see, that's not a riddle. I mean, technically it is now that I think about it, because it's very much tied to the lore of the Batman comic books. So it makes sense. Not just the comic books, the character in general. Alright, alright. I'm gonna give it to him. What's going on here? Crouch. Oh yeah, we're gonna jump on him. Oh, select batarang. Aim batarang. Throw batarang. Headshot. Let me hit him. And you get a punch in the face. Boggles my mind that Scarecrow didn't get revenge on Croc in Night. What are you referring to? Actually, do you know what you're referring to? But we'll get to it in this game. But you would think that Scarecrow would have been the main bad. In reality, it was nobody. It was Batman's psyche that got ruined. Okay, let's see if we can do double tap. Oh, there we go. It worked. Oh gosh, and they all came in running. Great. calm down, sir. Gotta get rid of these crazy guys with the knives. They remind me of what's his name? Oh, I'm dying. Not good, not good. It reminds me of... Do you guys remember the character from... No. Oh yeah, it's so over for me. It's so over for me. I want to get to this guy because he's going to be insane to defeat. There we go. Now we just got to get hit once and we're out. Can we finish this without getting killed? And we did it. Okay, I was really doubting our skills at the moment. Yoo-hoo. And Hosuke said that we did miss something before. But that was a long time ago when he said, when you were talking to the Joker with the television head, if you walked back after finished talking to him and walked back to him, the 3 Jokers sitting behind him, one of them then leaves. We probably missed it, but I think we saw him leave just now. When it comes to Pedro Pascal, I'm not a fan of the actor at all.
Oh, leaving the party so soon. What about the other guests? They'll just
I mean, he's okay. He's okay. I don't want to be a hater. He's overexposed and a bit overrated at this point. He very much enjoys being in the spotlight, as he's admitted this in his interviews. And more power to him for that if he's finally gained the recognition that he always wanted and all the clout that he's wanted. But he's been a very questionable human being in general. He called Trump supporters he called them Nazis, essentially. Just because, why? And then Gina Carano got fired because she made some vague comparison to the Holocaust and how normalizing certain behaviors is going to get us in trouble in terms of morality and all that stuff. But then she gets in trouble for that. And yet he stays on the show. That seems odd. I think there should be some reference here to something. Because there's too many books to be seen. And Nerd Center says he's no Reed Richards. I mean, I did say it. I did say it that Speedy Gonzalez got to shave that mustache. Rescue the hostages. We just walked into a blind alley, but that's okay, because we just found a way out. And he does not give, like you said, he does not remind me of Reed Richards at all. He looks like a Mexican Reed Richards. I hear ticking and it's really, I'm not going to say it's stressing me out, but it sounds like something is about to blow up if I'm not fast enough. Because he's a POC. Actually don't know what that word means. The other one that you said. But you said that because he's a POC. Now, that's what it was. And people will say, oh, he's not POC. And actually, the whole cast is white. Because Pedro is white passing. Well, that's not how they're going to play it up at all. Plus, think about it this way. If they ever wanted to do a black character and if they were to cast a white person in the role of a black person or an Asian, as was the case with the Hellboy movie, the new recent ones, then people would be upset, right? So there's none of it that, oh, this person can pass. Oh, let's use maybe an Italian person or like a person with like a very dark skin complexion, or like this, yeah, like for example somebody like that, and if they played somebody who perhaps was, I don't know, Muslim or something, and you could say that they have a lighter tone of skin, they would not take that at all. They would be very upset by that, and you know, you can't argue against it, really. As for his acting, I mean, Pedro is like normal. I have no problems with the way he performs. And I think I'm going back. So let's not go back. Let's go up. As for Joseph Quinn, I think he's a total miscast. He looks nothing like Johnny Storm. Because he looks like a total nerd. Which he's not supposed to be. He's supposed to be a... If not a model, he's supposed to be a very good-looking man. Who is supposed to be a ladies' man as well, so... And in that still, he looked like a... Like, not that. What are we supposed to do here? Did we do it? Oh, we... Oh, wait, there's a box. Oh gosh, it's ticking and it's... Where's the box?
3, 2.
There we go. Oh. Ha, funny. Funny.
Thank you, Batman. Are they all gone?
Yes, you're safe. What happened?
It all happened so fast. Some patients broke in, began tearing up the place, like they were looking for something. Bill here fought back, but there were too many. They took Dr. Young. She rushed in here and they followed.
I'm sorry. When I came to, we were all tied up. Doc Young was gone.
Okay, so this guy freed himself. How come he didn't do that before? I never freed him. Do not open before April 1st. Love, Joker. Okay, so we dropped this chandelier for no reason. That was unnecessary. Although, why did we drop this thing? I have no idea why we did that. Okay, let's help him out. What are you guys talking about? What's up with his name tag? It's ruined in some way for no reason. And yeah, today, okay, that did work. We didn't get fried by walking into this force field because it's no longer there, but so yeah, today we will be trying to play Tomb Raider later once we are done with a bit of Batman and a little bit of some more X-Men 97 discussion. I do want to play the original Tomb Raider because the recent remasters came out, and I mean, I always wanted to finish. I did play those games before. I mean, at least the first one, but I never finished it because I did think that it was just like a time when I was younger and I wasn't as good at games, and something about the Tomb Raider games always freaked me out. The idea of being isolated on your own in the caves just freaked me out. And now that I'm a bit more experienced in games, I feel a lot more confident in playing them. And you know, the whole thing with Tomb Raider, and I did play the newer ones. I did not like them. And we'll definitely talk about that when we play Tomb Raider, but yeah. But first we gotta play some Batman, because we gotta get our priorities straight. Probably a Riddler trophy over there. Far Cry Lego. That is completely understandable. But we don't get that anymore. I played the OG one on my Saturn. Wow, your Saturn. Wow, that's a very rare console to have. Far Cry Lego, do I have them on my PC by Steam? Do you have the remasters, or do you have not the remasters, which are the originals, right? There's been multiple versions, but it's usually either or, right? Let's go where we were before. I think there were doors up there. The OG one. Yeah, because it actually, from what I remember, it first came out on the Saturn, and then it came out on the other platforms like PC and PlayStation. And are we going in the right direction? I think we are potentially not going in the right direction. Wait, okay, let's see the objectives. What about this place? Were we here before? I guess not. But it looks trampled, so I don't understand why this would be here. See, that's what confused me. This angle did not do me justice. Okay. You have to find the book. She hides her notes. Oh, okay, hold on. You have to find the book she hid her notes in. I got Tomb Raider 4 on my Dreamcast. That's awesome. That's the one that's not been included in the collection, which is crazy because it does look like it's the same game. I mean, from the same series. It is technically Tomb Raider 4. So we gotta find the book. It's probably somewhere here. And we gotta look through all these papers, guys. So it's going to take a while. Of course we don't. But it's in here. Where is it? I mean, why would we go back here? That would make no sense to go back here. So we gotta be smart about this. Let's think. The books are down here and everywhere else. But what else do we have here? Okay, here. Developed by Wayne Tech. So it's my technology. I should be able to move past this. These control points are considered hack-proof security systems designed by Lucius Fox. Okay. Since Far Cry Lego, it is a sequel also, but a bit of a prequel, since it starts Astra as a kid, before going to post Tomb Raider 3. That's cool. That's cool. I did not know that, since it's called like the Last Revelation. Why is this orange? The outlines are orange. It's called The Last Revelation, so you would think it would have something to do with her last crusade or something. I don't know what to find, actually. Let's see. Do we have to go to each level and just look around? I assume that would be the case. Here. Looks suspicious, maybe. You can find something here. No, probably not, but it's worth a try. And yep, it did not work. But here. There's a bookcase. Nothing here. The guy who got kidnapped is here. Okay, we'll find this book. And once we find the book, we'll go back to the X-Men discussion, because I do want to talk about it very much so. Okay, there's nothing here. Let's go up. Was the notes not hidden in here? You mean that over there? Where is this? Maybe there. I would hope that it would be orange. But so far I don't see anything on my page. It doesn't even tell me to look over things. So far, nothing here. Right, that is before, says Nerd Center. Let's see what you guys are saying. It was meant to be end off of the OG saga, but then Angel of Darkness was made. That's interesting. Moodcap, it's because you need to go to Young's office to pick up her trail. And yes, less about the Angel of Darkness is said. The less said about the Angel of Darkness, the better, says Far Cry Lego. So I have to go into his office. But where is his office? That's what I want to know. Because, let's see. I thought this entire thing was his office, kind of. Like, here is the, let's see, library. That's the library. Ventilation system. South corridor. Ventilation system. Main hall. Top left in the main hall. So here. That would make sense. Okay. So we're gonna have to backtrack now. Then again, why not here? Because this opened up, right? But are we just going upstairs? I think we are. Yeah, let's just go. Let's go, let's go. The other thing that's been recently talked about was how Sony doesn't... They want... Oh, okay. We'll be fighting. Okay. Hey, guys. Big mistake, buddy. Oh. All right. Is everyone okay? No? All right. Good to know. So we're going to go up here and go left. There we go. So do we go on a side mission or something? Because Dark Orchard did say, Moth Bloss did say that it was supposed to be on the left door. And in a way, he's right. So do we go on a side mission? Yes, he is. Dang. All right. We'll find that piece of paper and we'll talk about X-Men 97.
What's that collar do? Why is it making that noise?
It's the suicide collar, but it sounds weird.
Suicide collar?
Well, they've got some other name, but, well, we just use them to monitor patients' heartbeats. If it drops too low, the alarm goes off and a crash team rushes in.
And so does my crew if you trigger one. How do you like them apples, bats? Standing around in the... let's see... the West Wing. They'd be there now if they weren't busy knocking a little sense into cash. I'll tell you what. I won't spoil the surprise and let them know you're coming.
Okay. By the way, make sure to leave a like, because the first stream we did, a lot of you liked it, and what that ended up doing is I think it YouTube saw that and they treated that as engagement, and I assume they started recommending it to other people. I think the title and the thumbnail had they played a role. But leaving a like and a comment always helps. If you want to, of course, because I'm not gonna force you to do anything unless I tell you to. So do it. Is this stable? It is. Okay, so that's locked. We'll find this stupid piece of paper eventually. Records office. It's in here for sure. Oh no. Our records now that a strange transfer request was made. Do you guys want to... Let's see. Let's finish this. I feel like we can finish this. We can finish this. Do it very quietly, quickly, and skillfully. And then once we do that, we're gonna find the piece of paper.
We can make the pain stop. Let you go.
Who is saying this stuff?
Taking one of you out. And not in a nice first date kind of way.
We have some new abilities that we can use. Let's see. What are some of the recommendations you guys got? Okay, so this is locked, so we can... Okay, there's something here. Battering power up. Once thrown requires a short period of time before. Special battering that can be directly controlled by Batman after being released. Once thrown requires a short recharge period before it can be reused again. Sonic battering. Tuned to resonate at the exact frequency nearest to the nearest Arkham suicide caller, attracting that henchman, useful for luring a target into a trap or away from everything else. Allow selective detonation of explosive gel, useful for advanced takedown tactics. I think we should go simple because this is tools, this is battering, and this is health. Military grade spun aramid fibers molded into the bat's chest piece provide greater protection from attack. Sure, let's use it. I think we need... Wait, hold on. Oh gosh, already upgraded. You guys said combo takedown and armor. Hito to hang from gargoyle. Inverted takedown. Oh, I was wondering what happened to that. I wanted to do that. But I think we're a little bit far away from... for that to work. Come on, man. Come over here. Climb up. Okay. If I tap it lightly, it's going to be okay. Cool. Go, go, go. This is risky. Okay, that was very risky. So these guys are distracted. There seems to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them.
Haven't you noticed that someone's missing down there?
We gotta make them too late. So the suicide callers, it seems like Batman doesn't know what the Suicide Squad is yet. Which makes sense, of course. And the less said about the Suicide Squad, the better. These guys are not trying to play with me here. There's only one way of course correcting this. I mean, I think we can take them. No, actually we can't.
Come on, find him. Just no room full of books. How hard can it be?
Let's do some impressive takedowns. There's the crates. We gotta take their attention somehow, so... Did I say take? I meant to say get. Okay. Oh, there we go. Good. So those are supposed to be the good guys? Is that it? Okay, this guy seems vulnerable at this moment. Oh crap. Did they see me? Did he see me? Did the other guy see me? Oh yeah, he did. Crap. That's okay. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Are they on to me? It's kind of... Oh, that's going to make me... He's going to notice me, definitely. See, I'm never good at this stealth stuff. So... Oh gosh, he's some... Oh crap, it's over for me if he... Goodness gracious, are you kidding me? What is this for? Rope a dope a dope? Oh my gosh, nah, the suicide collars are just for suicide patients. Or one whose heartbeat drops too low. I can't believe I got killed on the last one. That's so whack. Whatever, we'll just get this done quickly. We know how to take him down now. So, okay, so it didn't notify him, that's it.
Help me! Cut me down. What do we do now? We gotta find him or we're next, you hear me?
Let's get this guy out.
What are you doing?
Okay, 3 left, or 4. Crap. Crap, run, 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 run. Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna focus on this. No! Gosh, are you kidding me? That's stupid! No, I'm just bad, but it's still stupid because he was supposed to not see me. And he did see me because of, I guess, the thump that he heard. What are you guys saying? If you guys are not making fun of me, not be impressed. Our records, something records. I didn't even read that. Combo takedown and armor. They aren't from the Suicide Squad, just monitors for the thugs, heartbeat, and alerts. Yeah, I know. I was just making a joke. Left gloss, you already said that. And Argyle Lego, I can't imagine how you do it if you played Metal Gear. Oh goodness, I'd be off like Metal Gear. That's a tough game. I mean, definitely the first one too. Why'd you say her name? I would definitely be off like any sort of stealth game. Okay, let's see. If I drop next to him, okay. I want to drop, but then it's gonna make a... Okay. See, that worked. So how come it didn't work for the other guys?
We can make the pain stop.
Let's just do the... No, okay, fine. That works too.
You guys may want to have a look on the
Let's be smart this time around.
I think someone's left you a gift.
You heard the boss. Over here.
Come on, now.
Anyone got a plan? We gotta find.
Nope.
Haven't you noticed that someone's missing down there?
You heard the boss.
What is he doing? Okay. Let's get to this guy next.
I found someone.
Clowns. He got killed next to the other guy. I mean, knocked out, sorry. So this is what we're going to be doing now from now on. We're going to leave a gel behind. See how much easier this is? There's 3 of them left? No way. This was supposed to be easier.
Have a look on the walkways. I think someone's left you a gift.
Come on, guys. Come up here. That's right. That's right. Come over here. Whoa. See, now this is all going to be super easy for us.
Man down! Man down!
Let's see. Is he close enough yet? I think he is. Where do we leave it?
What's going on?
I guess we can just kind of... Oh, no. Not this again. I can't believe this happened to me again. If I die now, it's going to be so embarrassing. We're not doing this again, game. I know we can glide kick him, but I wanted to be cool and show that I could do the stealth mission. But I can't, okay? I'm gonna have to do this stupid thing. Okay. Oh yeah, the non-stealth one. You're talking about the non-stealth ones? But I'm pretty bad at the stealth games. A thug saw you drop down. He didn't hear you in the last round.
Batman, we're tied up. Need help.
Okay.
Thanks.
Where did Dr. Young go?
I told her to run. These guys came in looking for her. I told her to go to her office and hide.
Does she keep her records there?
I guess. She was pretty desperate to get in there. Her office is over there.
How long ago was this? I need to find her notes before Joker gets his hands on them.
20 minutes, maybe more. What's so important about the notes?
Joker wants them. That makes them important. Stay here. I'm going to find her.
Not a problem.
Uh-oh.
I'll try the radio, see if anyone else is around.
Are you seeing that, Hosuke, on Twitch? Oh, now you guys come in. Once I... Oh, shut up. Screw you. Didn't contribute nothing. Are you seeing this, Hosuke, on Twitch? There's a bunch of... I think there's a bunch of... I guess it's first-time streamers, but it looks like a bunch of spammers. Hello, mate. You stream pretty cool. That's why I follow. I would love to be a fan of yours. If you don't mind, kindly add me on Discord, says Peace055. Are you even real, Peace55? Probably a bot, says Hosuke. And then there's a different person named Nova Rowan saying, hey, how are you doing? Hi. I do custom art stuffs for streamers. Want to see my art? Hosky. Still probably bots. Wow, Twitch is looking out for me. Looking out for my well-being. For my engagement. Well, guess what? You can keep the bots here. Who are you talking to, brother?
Arkham Control, do you copy? Over.
Okay. Okay, this should be the place where we find... Is this the office? No, there's the office. Okay, I think if we enter the office, there shouldn't be any more crazy things. If there will be something else there, then sure, we'll move on to the X-Men discussion. But if it's just picking something up, if that's all it is, then we'll pick it up and then we'll talk about the X-Men. Regardless, we're not going to be waiting anymore. All right. Uh-oh. Well, great. Investigate Dr. Jung's office. Search Arkham Mansion to find Dr. Jung's research notes. Alright, well that did not work out, so I assume we have to go this way. How do we get up there? It's not relevant, but... Okay, we'll have to go the other way then. Our records show that strange transfer request was made in this room. Whatever that means. Strange transfer was made in this room. So this place is blocked off. Okay, we'll go this way. And we'll find this stupid piece of paper. Alright. Okay, Mothbloss. This is the same Batman that decided to be Bullet Sponge in his last fight. Unbelievable. Are you referring to my amazing skills as a Batman player? Of course you're referring to the Suicide Squad game, which every enemy, every boss was a bullet sponge character. So clearly we don't have to go through this way because it's a dangerous way to go. Plus it's probably locked. So let's go this way. You can choke on your formula, man. Whoa. What is this room? Every character was a bullet sponge in that game. And I feel bad, and I am enjoying your stories on this, in the whole situation, Mothbloss. Ooh. This is strange, you'd say. Okay, well, this is not a reference. So what is this? Whose room is this? Let's see if we can figure it out on our own without looking at the chat. So, judging by the whole situation here. Not Zaz, right? Oh, is it? There's a cross here, is it? No. It cannot be Azrael. Interesting. It looks like a bunch of a wheelchair. Is that it? Let's see if we can figure this out. Is this the Bible? It has the A on it. It has a very Middle Eastern castle on it, so I think it's safe to say that it is the Order of Saint Dumas. The cell is a riddle. No, it's crazy that this game and every Arkham game has Batman say attacking armed thugs. is suicide, yet he becomes a giant bullet sponge. No, it's crazy that this game and every Arkham game has Batman say attacking armed thugs and suicide. Is suicide, yet he becomes a giant bullet sponge. Yeah, that's just the nature of the beast with what they did. Insane. Did we run into this riddle and now we can't figure it out? Ew, who is this? That does not look like what I thought it would be. The cell doesn't say whose cell it is. Specifically, it's in the crest with the scarab soon. That game anti-canon. Okay, in that case we'll leave this room. And the crest should say nothing. Detective vision, nothing is on. If I'm leaving the station, if I'm leaving this place and I'm supposed to be here to solve some kind of riddle, you can let me know. But I'm leaving this place for now. Although I don't think there's anything else here. Okay, looking for this stupid piece of paper is harder than I thought it would be. Scan the walls. Isn't that what I did? Scan everything. Like this entire... Oh, seriously? Did Amadeus go mad? Don't mock me. Amadeus Arkham founded the Elizabeth Arkham Asylum for the criminally insane, naming it after his mother, who he euthanized as treatment for her dementia. Is he from Canada? Building it on the old grounds of his family's historic mansion on the outskirts of Gotham, Amadeus personally treated its first patient, Martin Mad Dog Hawkins, who had killed Amadeus's wife and daughter. After administering fatal electroshock treatments to Hawkins, Amadeus lost all grip on his sanity and was admitted to his own institution. There we go, the founder of Arkham Asylum. Facts.
Nevertheless.
Sucks to be him. So this was just nothing more than a location for the riddle. The real deal is in the other room, which is here. Wasn't there something else there as well? I guess it's a dead end on this side. Good. And it's locked. Okay. Nothing to worry about. There's probably something we can use to bypass this area. Or not. We came from this place. Okay. Came from that side. Then there's this that looks like a door, but it's not. It's locked. And that is... What? Are we supposed to use a battering or something? I guess not. Okay. Let's go back in there. I think we might have to go to one of the other rooms on the map. If we look at this whole place, there's also this area here. And I assume there would be something else there. So we're gonna have to go there, I think. What do you guys think? Nothing so far. What about Twitch? What are you saying, Twitch? Okay, nothing. Alright. In that case, I would do that, and I will go back to that area. But what about this? Open sesame. Oh, there we go. Misa blind. And this is what we wanted to do, yes. Let's see, obviously we have to go there, but let's see if where this takes us. There we go.
Thank the Lord! I thought you'd have found that 1 hours ago.
And there's nothing here.
It's not gonna open.
There we go.
Yeah, you said that 10 minutes ago.
Oh, it's just 2 people, so we can take him.
It'll be open any second. Damn it. You're an idiot. Joker's not gonna be happy, and you know what that means.
Quiet! Just shut up! He's here!
Dead. And we're here. We found this place. Good. Oh! I didn't even notice him. These guys gotta stop jumping me like that. And this guy's just trying to mess with me. Look at him. You think he can just hit me? I forget that this is not Knights where you can throw stuff back at them. So, we gotta make it to the other
Joker's
side.
thugs were trying to get into that office. It looks like they couldn't get through the main door. Got to find a different way in.
This is clearly the different way in. Just kidding, of course. It's that one. It's that one. We good. Look at the top tag. Top tag. What might this be referring to? What? Which top tag? Look at the top. The toe tag. Like the tag. Does he have a tag on his toe? The morgue. Uh-oh. What? No way, that's him? Well, I got so many questions now. I mean, obviously, it would have to be remedied by the Lazarus pit. And that's like one solution I can think of, obviously, and that's probably the one. But keeping in mind all the stuff that happens in Arkham City, I didn't expect to find him here. I thought he was somewhere running around Gotham, not City. I mean, not Asylum. Crazy. Thanks for that, guys. Scan it. Okay. Yeah, I should probably get in the habit of scanning things now. It's been a cold day in hell when this school something again. I like these little art style things. The arts, they look cool. Oh yeah, what was I gonna say about the Sony thing? How Spider-Man, they don't know what to do with the character. They want to rush the whole thing again. They want to rush the new Spider-Man 4 film. And at that point, I'm just fine with it. I had a lot of people writing in saying, oh, yeah, it can get worse than No Way Home. Because I asked the question in my stories on Instagram saying, can it get worse than No Way Home? Probably. And then somebody told me that, yeah, it can get worse. But let's just watch this cutscene first.
Someone has already got to the safe.
Uh-oh.
The only question now is, who opened it? No sign of forced entry. Whoever opened it knew the combination. Let's see.
Good. Dr. Young got to her notes before Joker.
Oh, it's a
She's
she,
taken them
right.
somewhere. I need to follow her and find out where she put them.
Are you kidding me, lady? Okay, so this is where we're gonna pause for now. But yeah, they don't know what to do with the. I mean, they do know what to do, what they want to do with the character. At the same time, they don't. They know Sony knows that they just want to do a new movie, but they still haven't decided if they want to do a multiverse film or a more grounded story. Now, obviously, I would tell them to do the grounded story, but keeping in mind with who we're dealing with here, I would tell them to do it the multiverse because they're already doing that and they saw the money that they had and they're just going to double down on it. So I did ask people, I mean, somebody did tell me, yes, it can get worse than No Way Home. And I would probably agree with that person. But the example they used was Miles Morales, which Miles Morales, can it be worse than No Way Home? Probably. It can be worse than that game or like the movie that we got, because I famously, I think out of the trilogy that we had, I think the No Way Home film is the worst one because it plays, I think it subverts a lot of what Spider-Man is about by misappropriating the characters that are in that movie, like Aunt May, the themes of power and responsibility. So it pretends to be a more closer, more accurate Spider-Man film while doing it all wrong. So it ends up being just more offensive than a movie like Homecoming or Far From Home, where those two don't necessarily pretend not to be, they don't pretend to be a Spider-Man film. I mean, in some aspects they do, but not to the level of, not to the extent of No Way Home. Plus, they got the nostalgia bait helping them out. So, in general, I have so many issues with that film, especially from a plot perspective. It definitely is the worst written plot and story out of all the three movies. That's not even debatable. How the characters are written, it is by far the worst one when it comes to the character writing, even if you just look at that. So, I think like the one thing that I would perhaps say is better in this film in No Way Home than all the other ones is maybe cinematography and how they frame those how they frame certain sequences, like when Peter comes to a realization that there's a mole in the group and it's the Green Goblin. I guess that's a cool way of showing the Spidey sense. But other than that, it's a total disaster. Well, to be frank, Comic Booker, this game wasn't made in the thought process of making a universe. So Rage was likely just there to only be an Easter egg, but the body does disappear after some point in story. Ooh. That's okay. That makes me wonder if this is going to happen when we come back to this area, or I don't think we'll come back to this place. Or if that's going to happen in Arkham City, but at the same time, why would we go back to Arkham City at that point to this location? That would make no sense. So maybe it would be referenced. I don't know. That'd be interesting to find out. But for Spider-Man, going back to that in No Way Home, so Moodcap says, correction, it's not Miles Morales, it's Peter Darker. And Far Cry Lego says, can it be worse than Madam Web? Far Cry Lego also says, or Peter Darker films. I think it could be worse, although I think Across the Spider-Verse is pretty hard to top in terms of how it handles everything. You know, what I said about No Way Home, how it bastardizes the familiar aspects of Spider-Man. I think Across the Spider-Verse does it to an even worse extent, where it craps all over Peter's legacy by making him this loser and just about every other Spider person. But that's not what we're here to talk about, of course. Peter Parker in general in that movie is in No Way Home is actually let's keep it to their new movie. So yeah, they haven't decided yet. They haven't decided on a script, Sony, but they want to rush the movie so that it releases on like next year, 2025. I assume the date will be December, and I can see them doing that. And some people say, yeah, the Miles Morales movies will be worse, but at this point, hey, bring on the Miles Morales live action movie. I want it. I want it because too many people are getting this idea now that, oh, they're going to improve, or hey, if they do improve in some sense, in one instance, that means that things will go back to normal. There's no going back to normal with these people. There isn't. They've infiltrated too many institutions, if you want to call them. Too many IPs, too many hostile takeovers, and they are not willing to admit that they were wrong. That's just not going to happen. So we can't expect them to change anything. And if they're going to change something, it's only going to be temporary, just so they can go back to the same old messaging that they're only planning to do. And I did see a lot of people share that same sentiment when No Way Home came out. People thought that that was like a return to form, even though it wasn't. But apparently didn't have any woke messaging. Therefore, it was like a win for fandom. It was not a win for fandom, partly because of how poorly it adapted the character, but also, like you could see what happened after the fact that it came out. You had She-Hulk, you had Quantumania Antifa, Love and Thunder, that came out I think after No Way Home. Yes. So we had all these awful movies that came after No Way Home. So even that doesn't hold up. That angle. Far Cry, or Moodcap, sorry, they'd rather see these properties go under than admit they were wrong. They're like human cockroach infestations. Also, Multiverse of Madness. Hey, RegoMan247. Glad to see you here. We were talking about the Spider-Man movies, and yeah, I'm saying bring on the Miles Morales live-action movies. Why? Because it's going to be awful. And by that movie, if that movie's going to be awful, think about it. It's going to basically reiterate the notion that Peter Parker's the one true and only Spider-Man, and all that Miles Morales propaganda happening in media. You know, by trying to overexpose Miles Morales, they're only shooting themselves in the foot. That's happened in the Spider-Man 2 video games. They're trying to shove him in as this side character with his own villains, even though they're all repurposed Peter Parker villains. And by doing that, they end up proving the fact that Peter Parker is actually the real deal. So I'm all for it at this point. By doing these things, by doing these stunts, audiences, for one, will eventually become tired of it, even though they will not admit it at first. They will pretend to say that the people who are complaining like us, or who are criticizing this stuff, like they will pretend to say that, you know, what we're saying doesn't hold any water. But then what ends up happening is that you see people slowly shift. You can smell the change in the temperature in the room. You can smell, you can feel the change of the temperature, but you can also smell the change, because it is so apparent that people are paying attention. And by saying this stuff, by calling out these insane corporations, yes, these people, eventually people will notice and they will pick up on it, even if it's through quote-unquote osmosis, right? People hear stuff and that impacts them, and they will remember it even subconsciously, and then they will say something very similar. So it does play a role. Saying this stuff, calling them out, calling them out for abusing these IPs is gonna work. Maybe of course we gotta take a different approach sometimes than not, than what we did before. But it's still about trying to find a way to talk to. It's still a way of trying to phrase your critiques, and you're still going to try to do that to say something that's obviously true. And in the process, it is going to change a lot of people's minds. Like the Marvels. Captain Marvel was a $1 billion movie, and the title of that movie changed. The sequel changed to The Marvels because Disney probably got scared of the criticisms around the first one. They started to lose faith in Brie Larson and the whole Captain Marvel brand. And then that movie the Marvels ended up tanking completely. So, you see. Don't you mean WandaVision Season 2? Yeah, that did not come out. And I don't think it will ever, and I don't think it even was supposed to have a season 2. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, I see what you're saying, Far Cry Lego. You're saying Doctor Strange 2 was WandaVision season 2. Except in Multiverse of Madness, Wanda, I want to say she was a villain, but at the same time, the way she was played up sometimes was like she wasn't. It was very much treated like her movie in a lot of ways. Her and America Chavez. So, anyway, let's talk about the rest of the X-Men 97 crap, because this is the stuff I wanted to talk to you guys about. So we watched the trailer, right? Far Cry Lego, she was a villain in WandaVision. Oh yeah, she was definitely a villain in that movie, in that show. But the writers themselves did not acknowledge that. So, let's go and talk about hold on, let me take a sip. So what's the deal with this whole X-Men 97? We saw the trailer here, of course, the amazing trailer. And that's one thing. That's only one thing that we did see. But there's, of course, more to it. So, first of all, the writers. Who is working on this? The guy working on this, his name is Bo DeMaio. I think that's how you pronounce his name. And I think he worked on some Witcher as well. Oh yeah, I hate when everyone is a superhero. That's what happened. So he worked on The Witcher, the animated series, the anime one. He worked on The Witcher, what's it called? The live action one with Henry Cavill. And he also worked on Star Trek, the Star Trek Strange New Worlds. That's the one that's been panned by so many people. And Moon Knight. So he's the one who was responsible for this sequence. Where everything just went out the window when it came to the plot itself. And it wasn't like the worst episode. It was episode 3, but still, Moon Knight, you know what you're expecting with that. And this was ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. So, but, you know, I looked into this guy. And partly because one of you guys kind of started posting about him. And I started to kind of look at his Instagram for that reason. And so to kind of put it into perspective what type of person he is, I'm going to show you these things now. Okay? Brace for impact, I guess. I guess we should be here. Are you guys here? Because I think we lost connection, but we should be back now. Alright, I think we're back. But Hoskey says on Twitch, it's fine for me. He says it's fine for him. Okay, good. If it's fine for Hoskey, then it's fine for everybody else. It never went off for me. Okay. Hoskey says, off topic, but I've nearly envious you got to see Godzilla -1 in theaters. Yeah, I got to see it in theaters. I did enjoy it. Okay, actually, I'll tell you more about the Godzilla after I get through this X-Men segment. Because yeah, it's an interesting thing. So let's show you something else. Moon Knight was the last MCU thing I watched, with the exception of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. And I assume you can say that it wasn't very good, right? Okay, so what about this Bo DeMaio? So this was his Instagram. Let's see. He was basically answering questions on his Ask Me Anything. And this is what came up. People started asking him questions. By the way, this is his profile picture. Bo DeMaio. He is very, let's just say he's got a lot of different pictures like this on his website. So, on his profile, website. It's not WordPress. So if you go on his profile page, you're going to see a lot of the same sort of stuff like this. And so, what do you think about Moira's arc in recent X-Men era? And he says, showing people the power and virtue of being an ally is important. So right away, the head writer of this show is already leaning heavily into the messaging of allies, LGBTQ plus, but that's not it, of course. He answered other questions as well, like here. And I just turned off everything. There we go. Next question. We all know the mutants are a metaphor for minorities. Again, highly questionable source. Well, okay, let's say they are. I'm willing to say they are. Because of Chris Claremont and how much he's impacted that property. And this thing is playing in the background. Why are you playing in the background? Stay down. Great, we stopped on the Hellfire Gala thing. But here's how he responded. Okay, let's finish the question. We all know that mutants are a metaphor for minorities. Did you background as a strong black man, as a strong gay man, as a strong gay black man, as a strong educated gay black man, as a strong articulate gay black man, I added that one, influence your writing for X-Men? It strongly influenced me. Okay, well, great. So we can expect some of that in the show. What else is he saying? Hold on. What else is he saying? Question. Do you think Charles and Magnus are the big gay for each other? He says, Bo DeMaio says, I believe that two minds can be linked from the moment of their creation, destined to seek each other out in their time of need. It's a bond like love, only deeper. Rego Man, yes, these people are real. They're very real. You can even go on his Instagram page right now and see some crazy stuff. Just the other day he shared a video, an animation created by someone of Batman, Superman, Hal Jordan, Flash, and Spider-Man dancing to like music and moving their hips in a very flamboyant manner. He likes to post this sort of stuff, and he's the head writer of the series, by the way. And yeah, so I guess he didn't necessarily lean into this answer. He didn't answer yes, they are. But he gave a pretty, because he knew it would get him in trouble, but he gave a pretty, as vague as possible answer that says basically yes. He would even go as far as say as it's more than love, maybe deeper, so maybe there's some nuance to be had there, but man, he didn't say no, that's for sure. But there's more, yes. So this one is, will there be any queer representation in your new iteration of the show? And he answers, yes, but for me it has to be organic and build naturally within the narrative. No one wants to tune into a PSA. So that seems somewhat fair, right? The approach of not changing something into a PSA, even though the entire LGBTQ plus YA HDHD, ADHD community thing has been a PSA. It's been a PSA from like the beginning. No matter how subtle you try to make it, it's still trying to change the way people think about stuff. It is trying to break taboos and cultural norms, right? So no matter how you put it, you can say, oh, but for me it has to be organic and build naturally within the narrative. That already goes out the window when you're talking about the subject matter. Why? Because it's already something that should not be in this show. And so a lot of people who say, they're excited for this show, talking about what was before, the original one, but the writers of the original show, which correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe one of them was Christian, he was not invited to come back to write this one, right? He was not invited to write the new show. Instead, they got this guy, Bo DeMaio, Beau de Mayonnaise. And this is who they got. This is the guy who will be trying to... Yes, he said yes, he's going to be inserting this stuff into your show. He is going to be feeding you this nonsense. And he's gonna, quote unquote, try to be organic about it, okay? And so this is the stuff he posts online again. Because people did take issue with... one of you said it, Hosky said it earlier, they basically minimized Rogue's butt in the show. So, and this is what he posts instead of like... And of course, yeah, of course, it's like, who cares that they made her butt smaller, but it's just an animated cartoon. But it was like an inside joke for fans to make fun of that. And also comments about how they went about approaching, portraying like the feminine features, and they went about minimizing them. Whereas for the male characters, they ended up blowing them out of proportions, which we'll also see in a bit. And that's what it looks like. And this is obviously fan made. And this is the stuff he posts. He reverses the roles because these, I guess, SGWs, if you want to call them that, I think that term is already like not even in use anymore. But they are obsessed with, they're obsessed with objectifying men. Whereas the same does not apply for women. And they always go for the butt. Notice how they always go the same. They do the same thing with Nightwing as well. Where they over objectify his butt because, well, they can't do anything else. For women, you can always choose between like, oh, we can either target their butt or we can target their breasts. And it's like, okay. But and actually for other things as well, because women are supposed to be the more visually stunning characters in media, right? And in the real world as well. Whereas men are supposed to be like the big guys who are tough and providers and etc. And here they're just looking for anything, and they always go about objectifying men, and they revel in this. And well, I guess we'll get into it with the Tomb Raider examples even later, which is going to kind of bring it all home. But this is what he posted essentially. And so that's what Hoske was referring to earlier when asked about not asked, but he reposted this, which was a video of Charles Xavier using a Cerebro. This is essentially what came up. Again, it's like no comment here, typical what you could expect. So as you can see, you're going to have a lot of propaganda in this. You're going to have a lot of this stuff that's going to be projected onto you with the intent to potentially influence the audience. Not potentially, it's going to influence the audience, especially if they're going to be targeting younger people. Like, for example, this image. This is what gay friend groups look like. And he wrote, you think this was an accident? Where they're all shirtless again. You know, this would be fine, I guess. But there's always, when they do it, it's, you can almost compare it to this one comic book by Image that I did slander once. On more than one occasion, actually. And I'm, of course, referring to the Black Flamingo comic book. Again, there's something like, these guys are obsessed with over objectifying men. And this is what they do, and this is the sort of stuff that comes out, and then people wonder what went wrong, or it's like, how did it get to this point? Well, this is how it gets to this point. You allow people to work on this stuff. They work on stuff like the originals, the show, and then they move their way up because it's been normalized, and now they get to work on this stuff. And now moving on to what one of you already talked about, which was Morph Ball. And this is, I found this on somebody else's page. This is, okay, so it's Lalondet 90. Lalondet, I don't know how to say that. Lalondet 90, whatever, him. You can follow him on Instagram. He's great. He's the one that actually showed me this, and he got into beef with Bo, actually. he got into beef with him because he got blocked essentially at the end because he started criticizing him. And this is the character description of Morph, with this was like the one thing that a lot of people criticized. The character that we saw in the trailers, who was previously a different character, like he looked totally different before, but now he is totally white, albino, bald, and has no like defining male features. He looks somewhat now like his comic book counterpart, at least what they did with him in the comic books once they brought him over. And so this is the new description for him. So the death of Shapeshifter Morph is, so it's some background first. So what happened in the show was that the character died in the animated series, and it didn't stick, obviously. So it was supposed to be shocking for the younger viewers, and it stuck with the DeMaio. He really set the stake, he says, and he had a very interesting relationship with the team because of trauma. This is a lighter take on the character, who is non-binary and has an interesting buddy relationship with Wolverine. Uh-oh, run Wolverine. I do not want them to ruin Wolverine like this. The character's past with Mr. Sinister, the show's villain, could also come into play. Another character I'm assuming they're going to change into a flamboyant villain like they've done recently in the comic books. I think he's taking a lot of inspiration from what's been coming out recently, and we see it all come into picture now, especially with this, which we see it's the Hellfire Gala. And so there's more stuff. So this is Morph, by the way. This is how he looks like now in the show, and I believe that this was, let's see, let's pull out the trailer. The trailer's here. I think he was somewhere in the beginning of this trailer. So let's see, let's have a comparison side to side of how he looked like and how he looks like now. So this is going to be him. This guy in the corner that was, there we go. Nope. That was him. See, so that's him. And that's our friend Morphball. And so yeah, he's going to be non-binary. And he confirmed that essentially he's giving you the background here on what came of his death and why it came about. Because at first he wanted to do Thunderbird, who gets killed off in the comic books. But then they brought him back, and here's what it also says. But it was decided to last hour to create a new unfamiliar character to kill off at the start to prove the stakes were high. And the emotional, let me make this bigger, and the emotional impact the team faced at the loss of a teammate due to his popularity in focus groups. The writers decided to bring them back as a surprise villain in season 2, later redeeming himself, and so on and so forth. And DeMaio specifically changed the pronouns for Morph to they them. So if he was non-binary like they say, because that's what the defenders of this will say, he was always non-binary, then why did they have to make the change to change his pronouns, right? And he was not. A shapeshifter is not a non-binary character. That's nonsense. People will try to go back and say, they will try to rewrite history and say anyone who has the ability in Norse mythology to shapeshift is technically a non-binary character. No, that's not how that works. They're shapeshifters. Call them a shapeshifter. Do not call them non-binary. Stop mislabeling them. So they changed the pronouns. DeMaio specifically changed the pronouns for Morph to they them in his presentation and expressed that Morph is taking a new persona with their, and they cut off a bit, with their changeling look. So again, they're changing stuff. They're admitting that they're changing this stuff. And that's what is essentially happening with this series. We talked about the works, and we did talk about Moon Knight. So this is the guy who's going to be writing your series. This is the guy who's going to be talking, who's going to be pretty much trying to quote, like, I guess, entertain you with, like, with an asterisk next to it. This is the guy who's going to be injecting stuff into your media. Let's read the comments. Far Cry Lego, oh bro, check the DM I sent on Instagram. Okay, let's see what you guys sent me. Meanwhile, it realized the show. Okay. Bo DeMeo. Oh, so you sent me a screenshot of a new Bo story, and it says it's another Ask Me Anything. And Bo says, will Deadpool or any other Marvel characters make a guest appearance? Bo says, can't say, but you'll find out soon. Okay, so it's a Deadpool appearance, which Far Cry Lego is concerned about because he doesn't want to see a Deadpool. I assume you don't want to see Deadpool get ruined in this. Reggio 247, because the butt is the link part women and men share that can be sexualized. True. Moodcap, speaking of the Suicide Squad game, does that crap with Nightwing, because the game, wait, hold on. Speaking of the Suicide Squad game, does that crap with Nightwing, because the game has to mess with characters who aren't even in the game. No, I don't. I've been a huge fan since I was 11, says Far Cry Lego, referring to the Deadpool situation. And yeah, so that's essentially what's happened with the characters, and that's what's going to happen with the series. So keep that in mind. Hosky says, oh yeah, he said the stream is on, so it didn't interrupt him. So yeah, I don't want another one to get destroyed. Understandably so. Although I've never liked Deadpool myself. I always find him to be irritating. I guess it depends on the series he appears in. But yeah, let's play some Arkham, and I want to hear what you guys think about this info, or like what you see. But yeah, you can always go to the Bo DeMeo Instagram page. You guys can go to it now and see that he's responding to people. Yeah, so if you guys want to find additional content, or if you guys want to talk about like the show itself, you can always just go on that website and it will appear. Again, I said website, but it's actually not a website, it's his profile page. Let's do the detective mode thing and tell me what you guys think about this whole situation. And the vault. Let's go to the vault.
Oracle, I'm on Dr. Young's trail. I've had to calibrate the scanner to only show recent prints.
So this is... Okay, hold on. Let him finish.
I will find her or the notes.
I hope it works. Just so you know, the GCPD found one of Joker's bombs downtown. It was full of marzipan and kittens.
As I thought, it's just a twisted diversion. The real action's on Arkham.
Let me out. It's locked. It's locked. Okay. Is that a black mask? No? It actually looks like it. Ooh, we did it. Guys, I just found a mystery without needing to look in the chat. Wow, I'm amazing. Incredible job. Let's get out of here. And let's follow the trail. Reggio Man, will you be playing City next? That's a good question, of what I'm going to be playing next, because...
Joker was right.
Oh, great. I've been wondering what I should play next because I have so many games I want to play. And some of them are not even superhero related, although I just don't know if you guys would even want to watch me play non-superhero games. I think it'd be fun. And I think in a bit we're going to jump over to Tomb Raider. Cause Tomb Raider is good. It's good. But there's like so many games, and I've already received a lot of requests to play some other games as well. It's not working on him. We gotta use our cape, okay? And he's down. That I'm actually considering on. I'm considering doing like a proper. I want to ask you guys what you guys want me to play. But I was thinking that there's like some certain releases, some recent releases that I wanted to play for sure. Or at least coincide with them. If you guys are aware of what's releasing soon, it's like a big game that's coming out this month. And the thing about it is, I don't want to play that game, but I want to play something that's related to it very much tightly. And it's a classic game. That's not Tomb Raider, of course. Who is the man? I missed the riddle again. Okay. Can we find it? Can we find what we just saw? Okay, whatever. We're not gonna be like trophy hunting this. NCAA 25. NCAA 25. NCAA 25. What is that? It sounds familiar. Hold on. You guys gotta tell me because I gotta play as Batman. Where are we going next? NCAA 25. Oh, we gotta go to the trail. Okay. Hey, it's a bat. Let's follow the trail. I think we just came from there. Again, came from here. But then the trail ends. Let's see. Oh, by the way, sent another one DM. I will watch any game you play, especially stealth games, since it's been fun to see how well you do. Oh, really? You call that well? I'm surprised you call that well. But hey, I'll take it. I'll take the compliment. Thank you. AKA, ooh, we getting a comment here. College football. Oh, dang you, Nerd Center. We're definitely not playing that game. I assumed it was like one of those sports games because they usually have those weird abbreviations like FIFA or something, right? Or FIFA, is that an abbreviation? I think it is. Or the NFL, right? We back here, seriously? Is that right? That makes no sense. I guess it makes sense. Alright, detective vision. There we go. See, there we go. That makes sense. We got the book, boys and girls.
Oracle, I found Dr. Young's formula.
Great. So does that mean you've stopped Joker?
It's never this simple with him.
Smart.
What's that you got there, Bats? No, not the formula. What am I going to do? Who can help me now? about our old friend Zaz? I did bump into him on the
Zaz?
when no doubt he was acting out some twisted fantasy. Maybe he could get her talking? I think he probably can.
So we did what we were supposed to do. We have no new objective, which means we have to leave this place, and we're going to run into some other people here. And I am tempted to go here, but at the same time, it's like a whole different section. So maybe we don't. Rescue Dr. Young from Zaz in the warden's office. Well, there we go. The new objective. Perfect. And that's where we're going to go. Okay, so Far Cry Lego. Is the game FF7 Remake, aka the bad version of FF7. Those are some fighting words, but it is, okay, I guess, yeah, that is one game I was considering, but not the remake. Not the remake. Oh gosh, I can't use my detective vision. Oh, this is creepy. What's happening? Oh gosh. Hey Nimbus, hey! You just joined. We were just talking. Oh gosh. What is this? You don't scare me game. You don't scare me.
I can't believe you insisted on sitting through that movie again.
We did talk about X-Men 97.
I'm sorry, Daddy.
Daddy.
Go easy on him, Tom. He loved it so. Alfred will wait. Keep up, Bruce.
Whoa. I'm not scared, Scarecrow. I did hear him cough. He did cough. Cough. He did cough. So it definitely was the fear toxin.
But it's starting to rain. Bruce is tired. Can't we just wait out here?
It's the mandatory Thomas and Martha section. Trash can, help me. Robin abandoned me. Let's go. I'll take you with me. Come. No! Trash can.
Please, there's no need for this.
Ah, yes. More trash cans. No! Poor trash cans. They were supposed to be my sidekicks. Is that Batwoman killing them? With her voice modulator? Oh no, my knee hurts. I'm sorry, this is a serious scene. Let's pay our respects. Oh.
Come on, kid, this way. Take a seat in my office.
Is he okay?
Oh, we playing as a kid now.
Kid like that with all that money, he'll be just fine.
I can recruit myself as a new ramen then.
No, he's 8 years old and all alone. Money
I can't even move this trash can. What use am I?
His butler's on his way to pick him up. You hear that?
Aww. Look at him. He's crying. He has tears on his eyes, on his cheek.
I just need to ask you some questions. Can I get you anything? You okay?
Don't cry, Bruce.
I know you don't feel like
Your
answering,
white privilege is
but it's
showing.
the only way to catch who did this. I don't know. It's this city. There's something wrong with it. And listen, son. Call me Jim.
Yeah, Jim. Oh, we're back. Yes. Uh-oh. No, we're not. We're not. This is the start of the fight with the Scarecrow. Oh. Hell nah. Where are we? Is this a theater? It is the Arkham. Oh, he's on to us. Don't tap that finger. My head hurts now. Oh, we back to this. Let's see if we can do as good a job as before. Can I? No. Oh. Counter. Nope. Nope. Okay, so last time we didn't get caught once.
And at the end of fear,
Whoa.
oblivion.
Whoa, his voice. It almost sounded like a woman. So let's wait and not do that again. Okay. Yeah, ignore this moving box, sir. This box is moving on its own. Don't think it's anything. No, go back. Can we do this? Can we make it? Yes, we can. Great. Is it a horror game? Ooh. Is it a horror game? Asks Regoman247. Oh no! Skeletons! Spooky, scary skeletons. Hey, come on, whoa. Hey, these guys are tough. Just... Wait, did I actually get killed by them? How?
You failed. Now suffer.
That was stupid. I mean, I was stupid, of course, because they weren't actually difficult. Okay, gotta focus. Okay, it brought me back here, so we're not losing. This is where they came from. No, never mind. They came from the ground. Okay, not... Okay, so they're faster and punches, I guess. And they're just falling apart. I don't know why I got killed by them, honestly. They're kind of weird. Okay, we can move. That was weird. Nope. Nope. Mr. Oh, what? No, that's crap. That's bullcrap. How did he see me? There was no light. See, this is going much worse than the first one. Okay, let's focus on this. Let's focus. I gotta focus, and we'll be able to make it through this. Let's go. I'm gonna regret this. Oh, he almost saw me. We taking chances now. Don't look, don't look, don't look, don't look. Yes. No, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. Stupid controller. What a stupid controller. Moodcap, it's demanded. Oh yeah, he said that already, sorry. That's so stupid. I was going back, but he didn't move. Hoske on Twitch asks, so apparently Fallout isn't on Twitch anymore. Isn't free anymore. Yeah, I'm still actually very annoyed by that. To those who don't know, Fallout, the first Fallout game, the second Fallout game, so Fallout 2. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, what a slump. This controller, this third-party controller, is not very responsive with the analog stick. It's not my fault, guys. Let me get through this. Okay, I'll focus on the sequence now, because it's getting ridiculous now. Like, laughably ridiculous. This shouldn't be this hard. I shouldn't be feeling this much, so let me focus on this before I address any comments. Oh, it's turning me into him. That's what I... Drop. I don't care, I'm staying here. I'm not going back. Okay, let's fight them once more. Come over here, brothers. See how easy they are? That's actually kind of... okay. It's kind of hilarious out there. Okay. Okay, okay. What now? Oh, this looks like it's gonna kill me, but I just have to grapple, okay. This is much longer than the previous sequence. Ooh, get down. I'm gonna wait. And let's go. It actually looks hilarious when you run a scarecrow. Okay, this is the last of it. See, that's what I worry when I play games. I'm like, okay, if I look at the chat, I'm gonna be distracted. It's sometimes difficult to multitask. And as do I. Yes. My head hurts. We're in a clock. Yeah. Recurring nightmare. Awesome. We did it.
Zaz has Dr. Young trapped in the warden's office. I've got to get out of here.
Okay. I think this is a good spot to end on for the Batman game. And now we can briefly move on to the other one, which is essentially the Tomb Raider game, the first one. What do you guys think? Did it save? I think it should have saved.
I need to find another way down.
Did you guys see it save? Let's go up, boy. I mean, technically, I think it should be fine if we just stop it here. So yes, essentially, Epic Games announced that they were going to be releasing Fallout 1, Fallout 2, and Fallout, I think it was Brotherhood? Brotherhood, I think, and they were supposed to be free on Epic Games Store. But then for some reason, they changed it to Super Meat Boy Forever, which is not a good game. Don't confuse it with Super Meat Boy, the original one, which I heard was good, but Super Meat Boy Forever is not good. And they replaced it with Fallout. They didn't even tell people why. So it was annoying. And I'm still butthurt over it. Okay. We're gonna enter this place. Yes. And it's saved. Alright. We're gonna finish Batman Arkham Asylum now. But don't go away just yet, because we're gonna go with Tomb Raider. And yeah. Let's see what you guys are saying. I'm gonna have to quickly go change it, so give me a second. Give me like a minute tops. Maybe I can just play the trailer for you guys once more if you guys need something to keep you preoccupied. Let's flip this for the people who need to see this. Video capture. All right. I think we can change it. Awesome. All right, let's play this thing.
I'm grateful to have the chance to say goodbye. I am proud of you all, my X-Men.
Fate lies in our hands now. Now.
We have to stay vigilant. The professor entrusted us with his dream.
No matter how dark it is, we must believe in each other.
We get this done by working together as a team.
Jeez, Thub. Keep buzzing in my ear.
To me, my X-Men.
Magneto.
The last will and testament of Charles Xavier. Everything he built now belongs to me.
Okay. I'm trying to set up the game now, the other one. Hold on, give me a sec. Come on, work console. There we go. Okay. Hold on. And we got, hold on. So, for those wondering, we are going to be playing the first Tomb Raider game. Let's see. Which there has been some controversy around it even as well. The whole re-release that has happened. Let me just find this stupid... There it is. And I guess, so this is the game. And you guys should be able to hear it too. If you hear it just fine, that's great. The iconic music from the first game. And yeah, so we have to change the overlay as well. Have any of you guys played the original Tomb Raider game? There we go. So this is a classic right here, for those who don't know. I mean, everyone has heard of the Tomb Raider games. But is the screen even well positioned? Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Let's see what you guys were saying. If you want to play Fallout 1 and 2, you can play it from my Steam account, since I own all of them besides 76 and Brotherhood of Steel. That's fine. I could even get it on my own, but I don't even know if I would want to play it on stream, because it's such a difficult game that you have to be 100% tuned into it. You know what I mean? Let's see. Okay, so apparently Fallout isn't free anymore. Yes, correct. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if you guys said what you guys thought about the whole X-Men situation. But let's watch this story unfold with us. Some explosions. Yeah, it's going to be a classic game. Classic graphics, old school, and it's going to be cool. Yeah, you can see the visuals are very rough around the edges, but that's what you can expect from retro games in general. And it's kind of cool how we get to kind of both experience this game from the very beginning. And what's happening here? What was that? Some kind of person inside of an incubator?
What's a man gotta do to get that kind of attention from you?
It's hard to say exactly, but you seem to be doing fine.
Well, great.
Lara.
The truth is, it ain't me that wants you.
Oh?
No, Miss Jacqueline Natla does. From Natla Technologies. You know, creator of all things bright and beautiful.
Seal it, Larson.
Ma'am.
It's like...
Feast your eyes on this, Lara. How does that make your wallet rumble?
I'm sorry. I only play for sport.
Then you'll like a big park. Peru. Vast mountain ranges to cover. Sheer walls of ice. Rocky crags. Savage winds. And there's this little trinket. An age-old artifact of mystical powers buried in the unfound tomb of Qualapec. That's my interest. You could leave tomorrow. Are you busy tomorrow?
That's a yes. Dang, it's so blurry because of the graphics, which is fine by me. I see it on a big screen. So we're with this dude, so everything is fine as long as we're not alone. Oh, there she is, smiling. The big entrance. She's just gonna go up there. She's not even cold in those shorts. How, Lara? What's with this dude? Oh no. Dang. Did she shoot him? Oh, great. I guess we're going in alone. Here we go. And here we are playing the original Tomb Raider game. So, fun fact, I actually did play this game once before when I was, like I said, like when I was younger, and I did not even want to move from this place at all. Like, this was as far as I got in the game. Why? Because I was scared of being alone. That was the real story of why I didn't even progress much. And it is a scary thought to come to think of it. Because, well, you're all alone in this world by yourself. With no one. And so that's where we're going to go. So there's a lot to talk about here, actually. One thing I did was I did play this section of the game before this stream. Because, why? Well, because I wanted to get a hang of the controls. Because I heard people complaining that, oh, they're difficult and all that stuff. But let me tell you something. When I played this yesterday to kind of test run the controls, I clicked with them right away. So I have no idea what people were complaining about. And we found a secret area. So yeah, this is I don't know how to get rid of the exclamation marks. Apparently those weren't in the original game. And I guess you could say it feels, I don't want to say clunky, but see how you can only move in a certain way? That's like the limitations of this. You can't necessarily move straight away in a single line, but it is something, right? So I only played this level before, just to make sure that the controls work. And yeah, I didn't have any issues whatsoever, like I'm having now. Just kidding, I did. But sometimes it's about just getting it right. And why isn't it working now? But let's see what you guys are saying, because I've seen some comments. And hold on, I just gotta get over this thing. Why is it not working? Odd. That's so weird. Weird. Let's do a backflip, because why not? Okay, we can't even do a backflip. So this is going to be the game, by the way. Just a lot of jumping in it. Because even though it looks somewhat anticlimactic, it's actually... What can I say? Oh, there we go. We made it. It's about calculating your moves. It's about calculating your jumps. And it's about making sure that you just make the right jumps. That's what the game is about. So it's not much about like narrative driven story. It's about knowing when to do, like when to time everything perfectly, which was impressive for the game back then. And it even is now, because it is a fun game. Although I don't know why it's not working here, because apparently you're supposed to be able to reach this area if you go here, but it does not work. So, oh well. So let's see what you guys are saying. Retro games are great. I agree, they're very underrated, because they did define an era of gaming that was abandoned. And I don't know why. People just don't like, there's no way you can find a game like this anymore in this market. I don't know why not. Well, it's because it's not commercial anymore, right? You constantly have to have movie games, and this is why I've been very critical of games like Uncharted. Well, not Uncharted. That was like still the beginning of everything that's been happening, but I was very critical of games like God of War and the recent Spider-Man game, where it's very much about just walking simulators. And they got some gameplay as well, of course, but it all feels watered down almost. And this is just nice in comparison, just raiding tombs. Although when we get to some enemies, it's gonna get intense. Let's just put it that way. What else are you guys saying? Woodcap, I did the same thing with the original Resident Evil on PS1. As in, you played the game? Or what did you do with it? Woodcap? Speaking of Resident Evil, that's also a different series that I wanted to play. But for this, asking about Arkham Asylum specifically, yeah, I think that'd be a cool idea. By the way, in this remaster, you can toggle between the new graphics and the old ones. These are the new ones, and these are the old ones. And I'll be honest with you guys, I do prefer the old ones more, because you'll see this in the game, but certain areas in the new ones are too dark and you cannot see for anything. See, like for example, you go in here and you think to yourself, okay, looks good, but then it's like, this is a crucial place that you have to see. It's a lever, you're supposed to approach it, and this exclamation mark should not be there, because I think you can turn it off in the settings somewhere. So normally you wouldn't see it, but the reason why they added it here was because they wanted to make sure that you see it in the game itself. Oh gosh, this music is creepy. So you gotta kill, and by the way, you gotta kill animals in this game instead of humans. But yeah, this music can get very intense sometimes for no reason whatsoever, and it creeps me out. Especially it adds to this, like the, I guess the stress of it all, because you're trying to stay alive, you're all alone, isolated from everybody else, and this is what ends up happening. The music is just going to creep up on you. And it's going to tell you you're screwed. That's usually what it's going to boil down to. And it can get very intense at times. I'm not kidding. But look at this. It's way too dark. Although it looks nice at first, right? It looks nice. But then it becomes way too dark in certain areas. Oh my gosh, what was the growl? See, this is what I'm talking about. The sound design in these games is going to kill me. Stupid wolf. It's so loud in my ear. I'm wearing headphones too. Where is it? I'm not going down there. So it's like, it sounds like it's closer than it actually is. And it's yeah. And you gotta be careful as well, because you don't want to make the wrong move and fall down. See, it's like, oh, creepy. Let's see, we can look around too. Where's the other one? There he is. Let's kill him. I'm not dealing with this guy later. Oh, okay. And I think now it's safe to fall down there. But let's not do it. So, let's see. Woodcap. I wish they got the PS1 games, but Capcom stupidly doesn't see the value even though the original 2 and 3 are better than the remakes. Oh yeah, I mean, there's so much more to be said about the original games. Is there something else there that I saw? No, okay, good. There's something more to be said about those original games. They came out and that the franchise became what it is because of them, not the other way around. So to see them turn their franchises into the usual movie game slop, you get what you end up getting. And it's sad for that reason, because people do not get to experience the original game that put them on the map. And they do not get to experience the original vision. And you lose a lot of... You lose a lot... blah, blah, blah. Let me say that again. You lose out on a lot of stuff. See how different it looks? I mean, it looks pretty in the new graphics. But from a gameplay perspective, you know, I do prefer these ones. Oh no, don't fall. Gotta make this jump. Okay, we did it. No! Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. No, 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 no. Die, 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 die. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was gonna die. Oh, okay. And we're stuck, but okay. Oh, great. More crown. Okay, the bats are easier to kill. But you never know what you're gonna run into this place. So, here we have our inventory. Let's use this. Thank you, Laura, for that growl. Oh, I saw... Hold on! Oh, we barely did not make it. Let's see if Twitch is saying anything. Hoske. Okay, There he is. He's still lurking, so that's good. Let me take a sip. So today we're only going to play like the first level of this game, because we ended up going so long with the... We ended up going longer than I expected for the characters. For Batman, I mean. And also X-Men. I did not expect to go on for that long, so we'll do one. And there's the dead wolves that we saw from earlier. They're dead. And so yesterday I was playing this part here, and I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with this character here. It's like nothing. It doesn't do anything. Far Cry Lego. From OG1 to Entrol. What's Entrol? Entrol, I don't even know what Entrol is. Let's see. Far Cry Lego. Only remake that is better or equal is Resident Evil 1 remake. You mean the GameCube one? The GameCube one is... The GameCube one was praised by some. You're saying, yeah, okay. Because essentially the original version of the Resident Evil came out with very weird dubbing on it. So certain characters had very silly lines, so the translation and the localization was laughable to many people, and it wasn't a proper... It didn't do the game justice in terms of how it handled its more... There it is. It's more serious themes and how it was going to be... It was trying to be a horror game, right? And so that's why people prefer the GameCube remake, and that's what they ended up remastering for all the other console generations. Like, you can get the PlayStation 4 version of the Resident Evil 1 game, and it will be basically the GameCube version ported over, not the original one, because of the hilarious dialogues from the first game of Resident Evil. And the original game has its own charm, you know? Hilarious lines of dialogue. Here we go. This is what I mean about the music. Oh, great. Crap. That it? See, can you hear the music? It's creeping me out. Is there anything else here? Okay. Okay, we're safe. I thought that there was more people here. More enemies, but I guess not. Alright, we good. Just the two of them, good. Moodcap. Hold on. Moodcap. Resident Evil 1 remake went above and beyond with what they added. Oh, really? Is that it? Is that so? In terms of how much they changed it, or do you mean in general? Okay, so that's going to progress us later, like further into the level. And this is going to be probably secret passage. I'm saying probably, but I already know it is. And see, you can see that I'm pretty good with the controls, so I have no idea what some people were saying. The controls are pretty good, if you ask me. Like, they're called tank controls, but there's a lot to appreciate here. Can we do something with this? So yeah, we have, let's look at our stash. We have our compass. It's telling us how long to play the game, how many secrets we found, how many pickups we made, kills, ammo use and hits, as well as some other stuff like how many med kits we used and distance traveled. So it's like just general game info. We use our med kit and okay, we have the small ones, the big ones, and the pistols. Of course, the dual pistols are so iconic for this character. Gotta love them. Gotta love them. Is this a remaster? No, it's not. Well, actually it is. It is. It's a... If you change the settings to this, but look how dark it is sometimes. So you can change it to a remaster. You can do it with modern controls, but I do not recommend using the modern controls. Although it does look somewhat nice here, right? But it will be too dark in certain moments. And that's not what the game was designed for. The modern controls are also laughable at times. I do not recommend them because they do rob you of the proper experience. The game was created with tank controls for a reason. And so changing to modern controls, which those are not in use right now, but if I were to go with the settings, which would be here, there's the game, sound, and controls. You can see you can change it to something else. And at that point, it's like, don't do it because the game was specifically built around these specific controls. So if you mess with that, it's going to change how you play the game, and it's going to ruin your experience of the original, but also how you approach certain things. So I would not recommend doing it. And once you get used to these controls, it's actually pretty fun. But yeah, we're gonna go back to the classic controls in a bit, but I like how she's jumping. Oh crap. Let's be quick before it closes on us. And it closed on us. Great. But yeah, that's what the game is really about. It's about making sure your jumps make sense. Like, you gotta calculate them. You gotta be able to think about it. And that's not something you get these days anymore. It's for that reason it's not very marketable to a lot of people. Okay, we did it. Oh, come on. No. Can we make it in? Nope, we cannot. Okay. Let's see. From the first one to Entrial or Eternal, or I don't know what you're referring to because I'm not as big of a Tomb Raider fan as you are, probably. I would say that's probably... Oh, I almost overjumped that. And I fell still, but that's okay. We still have some time to make it. And there we go, we made it. Let's go back. See, it's like too dark. And you end up losing out on details. It's like from here it looks like there's something further perhaps ahead, but here you just know it to make a turn. Oh gosh, okay. Oh no. Die. Good. Oh, okay. Right. Forgot about this. And this is as far as I got in the original game. Like this is me totally being like improving in every single aspect to what I used to do. See, look at this. It's like so dark in certain areas. Let's go further. What is that sound? Okay. Oh, okay. I'm talking about the Doom series, says Far Cry Lego. Oh, okay. And then Moodcap says, I like the Crimson Head enemies, the Lisa Trevor storylines, some of the new areas that were added. The music was good, but I do prefer the original soundtrack. That's another series that I was very interested. Of course, Moodcap is referring to Resident Evil, the first game. And that's another series. There's so many series that I would like to play, but one I don't know. Oh crap. Oh crap. No, 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 no. Oh crap, it's over for me, isn't it? Okay. Just keep running forward. Okay. See, sometimes it's like you can accidentally make a mistake. That's okay. We're patient here. So yeah, I was wondering because it's like there's so many great series to play, but like Resident Evil is one of them. It really is. So I was thinking maybe Resident Evil is another title that's worth perhaps playing. Let's see. And you can see how it's like super dark in here. What is this music? Of course. Is there any other person there? Oh, it's just lever, okay. See, this music is putting me on my toes. Come on, game. Here we go. And so, Far Cry Lego says, you heard the director's cut. Director's cut of Resident Evil 1 or director's cut of Doom? I think you're referring to director's cut of Resident Evil 1. Yeah, he's saying soundtrack for Resident Evil 1. Okay, we gotta run for this one. Let's be quick. Nice. Alright. Caves. Time taken 24 minutes. Secrets found 2 out of 3. Pickups 6 of 7. Kills 13. Ammo used. Awesome. Did we die once? No, we didn't even die once. That's an accomplishment. Oh, and also there were crystals, save crystals in the original PlayStation version. Dang, I'm just scared to go inside. Alright. So far, so good. Oh, gosh. Oh, crap, there's a lot of them. Crap, die already. Dang, I lost so much health. Yeah, okay. Alright. And the basement theme, since you need to hear it. Again, referring to Resident Evil 1. Yeah, I mean, that's a great series from what I've heard. Okay, guys. I think... Okay, hold on. I think this is a good place to stop for the day. I know it's not that much of the game that I'm showing you guys, but it is some of it. I wanted to do more, but you know, the first half sort of overtook us. Plus, we're already streaming for 4 hours, so I think I'm gonna have to kind of rethink the approach here then. But all right. So that was. Let's see. Oh, Hosky said something on Twitch. Given how you are a man who holds plot armor as a criticism, One Piece would be. Don't get me started on One Piece. Yeah, let me tell you, One Piece. I do have my criticisms of One Piece. They're very apparent. And I do take issues with a lot of the writing choices that they made. And they're definitely there. And I do try to be sometimes more lenient with my observations, but at the end of the day, if I see a problem, I'm going to call it out, and I'm going to call it out for what it is. And One Piece unfortunately does fall into these trappings itself, and I think Oda falls into these problems unnecessarily so, because sometimes there is a solution to a lot of what he's writing, except I think he's under a very strict deadline to write these stories himself. And he knows he has to deliver that specific deadline, and he cannot afford to wait that long. And so I get it. But that's still not enough. That's not going to be an excuse to... Well, it's not going to excuse him from all those mistakes he's making, or the plot armor, or the plot contrivances that eventually appear and show up. That's actually a good discussion to continue onto, like, perhaps other streams. I think there's a lot to talk about in terms of One Piece, which admittedly I haven't read all of it, right? I'm far from finished. I'm only at the very beginning. You guys didn't read my pop culture talks in September, was it? October, I think, where I talked about the... What was it? Not the Brathy arc. It was the Shark Island. I forget what the name of the arc was, but it was the one with the sharks. Arlo? The Arlo Park. Wait, I'm saying his name wrong, aren't I? I know it's not Arlo, but it's Arland Park. No, but you guys know who I'm talking about. There's like so much to talk about in terms of that series. Arlong. See, I knew it was something of that. The Arlong Park. That's what I last reviewed on my page on Instagram. And I have still to pass that moment because there's been so many other games, movies, and comic books that I've been interested in. And it's a struggle trying to navigate everything. You guys know how it is like. There's so much media out there. A lot of it is good, and a lot of it is worth your time. But sometimes it can be a hassle sometimes. And a lot of times also, it's not going to be a good series. You'll be disappointed, and sometimes you have to invest money into something that you'll have to eventually learn wasn't all that good to begin with. So it's like, it's a risk, and you can always, pirate it somewhat, right? But sometimes you just want to support the right guys who are putting out something, and that always counts for something. So yeah. I read it. Far Cry Lego says, I read it. Did you read all of it? Did you read all of One Piece? Or are you up to date? Or are you also in the midst of trying to read it? And Moodcap also read it. That's awesome. I see we have a lot of One Piece fans here. That's good. That's good. I do respect Oda, even though I have my criticisms, and I do think that the story is a missed opportunity for those reasons. I do heavily respect the man for putting so much work into it. Far Cry Lego says, I am close to the Gear 5 bit. That's pretty close. That's pretty up to date. So I do think that there's a growing sentiment around One Piece that even some people are starting to pick up on, especially around the Gear 5 storyline. I did hear a lot of criticisms hurled the series' way, which was, I did not expect that because of the series being so beloved. But in the end, I still think that the fans are too strong of supporters to get outshined by any sort of dissenting voice. So, but I 100% admire what Oda does with not only his world building skills, which are incredible. I think if there's one thing you gotta say about One Piece that definitely works, it's the world building. I love it. Um, and the way how he's able to create this expansive world and go into it and just go all out in terms of the different people you meet, the different restaurants, the caves, the islands, the pirate crews. I do think it has issues with it's a battle manga, so it's going to struggle with not being very it's not going to be varied in terms of what stories it could tell. So even though it's a pirate book, it doesn't have, from what I've been told, a lot of ship battles, and that's a missed opportunity. However you cut it, but again, Oda is he's keeping things close to his chest, or I guess that's a bad way of saying it, but he is keeping things. He's working within his comfort zone, and that's good if you want to have consistency and work on something on your craft and put out something. But I think he could have done something even more incredible with this series, and that's just not going to happen because of how how media works today, how it expects him, and in a lot of ways, it's a good thing that he's putting out all this work in such a short amount of time because it shows how much dedication he has. He's dedicated in his own craft, and he's willing to turn out very quickly, like turn out various pages very quickly. And it's impressive, no doubt. But I do think if someone just if we had a totally different landscape in terms of how the industry worked in the East and even in the West, then you'd have so many different projects. Right now I think it's a lot about just making money and popularity, and of course perhaps that's the best way of doing things, but I think there's always a better way. But is it viable business wise? That's also a discussion worth having. But One Piece, yeah, One Piece is definitely something we should get back to. So Moodcap, you're all caught up. That's great. Awesome. So yeah, and also Hosuke, it's good to have some logic in the series when you're reading it. The fandom ignores it majority of the time. And that's a shame because once a series reaches a certain level of popularity, you can't say anything about it and people will just get mad at you for saying something logical. Even when it comes to the Tomb Raider series, right? I did notice that there was no save crystals in the game like it was in the PS1 version. And I believe the Saturn version, correct me if I'm wrong, Far Cry Lego, but there were save crystals in the game, which are basically save points. So in this game, for example, you can save at any point. But in the originals, there were save points. And in the game, they were called save crystals. So you couldn't save just anywhere. There were specific locations you had to reach to save. And I'm trying to find the save option, but I can't find it. How do you save in this game? That's a good question before we leave. Well, dang. I thought I knew, but game. It should be here. Okay, good. We found it. Save game. Did we save? Was that it? So, yeah, essentially I did comment on the game saying, on Reddit, I asked, it'd be nice for the developers to add because this right now, this option where you can save at any time you want, that's a PC release. So the game came out on Saturn, PlayStation 1, and PC. And this option where you can save anywhere is from the PC version. But I figured it'd be nice to also have the crystals where you can't save anywhere. And I did write that on Reddit, and a lot of people, typical Reddit, got just upset with somebody stating, hey, it'd be nice for there to be an option for there to be two different versions where you can also play with the save crystals on. And there is an option to play with saved crystals, but they're in the New Game Plus, right? So, um, so they're in the game. It's just they're saved for New Game Plus for whatever reason, instead of making that an option in the menu, like you can do with the graphics, as you can do with everything else. They didn't do that for whatever reason. And I hope that they change that. And I did write that on Reddit, and a lot of people got mad. It's like they were just trying to look for an issue with the statement, even though it wasn't even problematic. So it doesn't matter. Sometimes there are just people who are going to protect something. They're going to shill for it no matter what. But yeah, that's been my take on everything in general. So I want to thank you guys for... Oh, Far Cry Lego says, yeah, there were in the Saturn version. So yeah, that's good to know. All right, I want to thank you guys once more for checking out the stream, and for yeah, let me know what you think of the X-Men 97 situation in the chats. Not even here, but DMs as well. And now you guys know where to go. The mayonnaise, or however you want to say his last name. The mayonnaise and ketchup and mustard guy, Bo. Go to his Instagram if you ever need like a direct source for proof of what you're going to expect in these games. Of the show. And Moodcap says, I really like the series, but I do have a few major issues with a few arcs like Skypea and Dressrosa. I have yet to get to those. Like I said, I'm only on the first box set. So, and I do have him. I do have him physically. So, that's good. That's good. All right. Thank you once more. Obviously, like I can't say enough good things about you guys. Thank you for watching, and you guys are the best. We'll definitely stream, like I said. We'll try to stream Saturdays and Mondays. And I'm actually wondering if we should maybe do it like split it in a way where we have retro games on Saturdays, and then on Mondays we do Batman Arkham. Maybe that sort of separation will allow us to play both games at their own pace. We'll see. I can always ask you guys on Instagram, and you can let me know there. So, all right. Once more, I want to thank you guys for watching this very long stream. This is our longest stream ever, so thank you for sticking in it for that long. I already sound tired of talking, as you guys can see. I don't know how we did it, but we did. So once more, I want to thank you, and take care. Have a good evening, good night, and whatever time it is for you right now. Once more, thank you and take care. Bye.